The Nation of Islam is proud to deliver to our people the farmland that was once owned by the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Through the leadership of Minister Louis Farrakhan and the contributions of our many believers, supporters, and sympathizers to the 3-year economic program, we have successfully secured 1,600 acres of the 5,000 acres of farmland previously owned by the Nation of Islam in the state of Georgia. A brand new 4-bedroom pre-manufactured home has recently been placed on the property. The Chicago Tribune reported that the land was choked with a chest-high perennial weed called Johnson grass. What condition would any land be in if it were not cultivated, maintained, or cared for in the proper manner for over 20 years? However, as we have transformed and reformed lives that have been neglected, we will transform and cultivate the land with the help of our farm manager, Dr. Ridgely X, who has a doctorate degree in agricultural economy. Farming has already begun with the purchase of 2 brand new John Deere tractors with plows and other state-of-the-art farm equipment. We plan on purchasing the remaining 3,000 acres of our land, and the goal is 1 million acres. And now, you are looking at one of 3 brand new tractor-trailer trucks that have been recently purchased to transport the products produced by the Nation of Islam for our people. The goal is to purchase 10 tractor-trailers by the end of this year, with the goal of a fleet of 100. And now, let us take you on a tour of your $5 million debt-free Salaam Restaurant and Bakery Complex.
Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Nation of Islam, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Salaam Restaurants and Bakery. This facility, which we are about to tour, is nestled right in the heart of Chicago's South Side black community. Standing out as a very beautiful and safe oasis, this Palace of the People was built by contributions from the men and women of the Nation of Islam, showing us clearly what we can achieve when we pool our resources to rebuild our communities under the right kind of guidance. Above us, the star and crescent represents the universal flag of Islam, signaling to the world and its people that all are welcome in this establishment and will be treated with the highest of dignity and equality. We begin our tour with a visit to Salaam's first floor, in which is housed Blue Seed's family restaurant, the Atrium Banquet and Buffet Room, Elijah's Garden, and Salaam Bakery. Throughout the day and night, a first-class team of bakers fills the air with the pleasant aromas of fresh-baked items to fill this store's shelves, as well as to service all of this facility's restaurants. Breads, cakes, rolls, croissants comprise the menu, and of course the Nation of Islam's world-famous bean pie speaks for itself. Our plan is to introduce Salaam baked items through stores regionally as well as across the country, and to franchise Salaam Bakery across the nation. Right next door is the Blue Seas Quick Service Family Restaurant. Let's take a walk through the adjoining seating area. When you're in the mood for casual, quick family dining that is healthy and full of variety, we have Blue Seas. Exotic live fish aquariums and hand-painted wall tiles with colorful fish motifs decorate this restaurant. Oakwood floors guide you to our counters. For your dining pleasure, we feature a wide selection of delicious meal platters, like barbecued whiting with macaroni and cheese and greens, a fried ocean perch sandwich, rotisserie chicken, a full salad bar, and a whole host of sides, including the ever-popular red beans and rice. We're working to perfect every aspect of this restaurant to ready the total concept for franchising, where anyone can own and operate one of these according to carefully designed systems and standards. Joining us now is Salaam manager.
Your world-class dining pavilion continues here in Elijah's Garden. Named after the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, this private 30-seat dining area is ideal for small business luncheons and children's parties. Emerald marble flooring gives the garden that touch of regality. Matching emerald wrought iron chairs are appointed with plush peach seating for comfort. A flowing fountain provides the ambiance of a small Mediterranean garden. Let's rejoin Keith, who is now in our Salaam's atrium room, which is accessed through our 79th Street courtyard entrance.
All that you have seen and are about to see was designed by Minister Farrakhan's daughter, Maria Muhammad, under the careful direction of her father. In this room, Maria wanted to create an open effect, similar to what you would find in the courtyard of an ancient Roman home.
Whitewashed burgundy and gray marble floors and large open windows lend to the spaciousness of this 100-seat buffet and banquet room.
An oasis effect is achieved by the water fountain, and in fact, all design elements combine to create a spectacularly inviting atmosphere for family dining. One of Minister Farrakhan's desires was to fulfill the idea of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, where in one facility, everyday dining could be accommodated, and for those special occasions or wealthier patrons, their needs could be serviced as well. This necessitates separate entrances. We now take you to the entrance for Salaam Fine Dining. The Muslim presence has reduced the crime rate in some of our most difficult communities. The level of the people's hope and the level of civilized behavior has increased as well. When peace is restored, economic development can proceed at a very rapid pace. Salaam rises up successfully in the midst of our community, largely because Muslim security has provided that peace. Beyond that, Salaam Fine Dining offers all of the service and decor and treatment you'd expect in the finest of establishments.
Under Maria's direction, many different races, nationalities, and religious beliefs had a great part in contributing to the grandeur of this facility. This establishment speaks to the universality of Islam, and its cuisine will be the same, full of international delights where people from every part of the earth can see a reflection of themselves. This gift of love to our community continues this year with Phase 2. The Nation of Islam will break ground for a 2,000-seat auditorium and entertainment center. It will be called the Emerald Palace. Plans include a large parking facility across the street from the Salaam, which will have a directly connecting overpass walkway. Proceeding directly from the lobby is the exquisitely appointed Grand Ballroom. Crystal chandeliers illuminate this 200-seat banquet facility. The large custom windows are draped with royal robes of burgundy and framed by marble columns. The bar serves a host of non-alcoholic specialty drinks, such as banana daiquiris and strawberry margaritas, as well as fine wines and champagnes.
The menu features a complete array of international selections, including from the Caribbean grouper with plankton, from Italy, such items as lemon fettuccine and grouper vermicelli. And our samosa with chutney sauces allows you to experience India right here on Chicago's South Side. We developed a number of signature dishes, one in fact jointly developed by Minister Farrakhan and our executive chef Early Primus, and that is from Barbados, sweet and sour flying fish. We're very pleased to have a very powerful team, an accomplished team of executive chefs. Topping the list is executive chef Early Primus, who was one of the original chefs in the Salaam, founded by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad back in 1967. He has been the executive chef for such mega celebrities as Muhammad Ali, Don King, and Mike Tyson. Plus, he has served such distinguished persons as Lady Bird Johnson, Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson, and our own Minister Farrakhan. This building is the first construction in the new dispensation of the Nation of Islam. Minister Farrakhan, in directing this kind of activity, wanted to make a statement that everything we do henceforth, now and forever, should be to the most excellent of our ability.
Thank you for joining us. We hope you will come soon to savor the flavor at the Salaam.
Now back to Minister Ismail Muhammad at Mosque Maryam.
All praise is due to Allah. This is what our leader and teacher, Brother Minister Farrakhan, is leading us to. And you deserve to give yourselves a warm round of applause because you made it happen. And with your applause going, let us welcome our dear minister, the international representative for the Nation of Islam, Minister Akbar Mohammed.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum. First, I'd like to thank Allah for blessing me to be here this afternoon. I'd like to thank the leader of the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, for an opportunity to help him in the awesome responsibility that has been placed on his shoulder for the redemption of our people in America and throughout the world. I would like to start off by saying that after looking at the restaurant and that beautiful videotape, I think that when people see this across the country, they know that there's other news than negative news coming out of the Nation of Islam. And I think that it was all praises due to Allah. And I think that it's beautiful that today, as we're here this afternoon, that we don't stand by, but we answer back with the good work that Minister Farrakhan has been blessed to do across this country. I quickly want to talk about the international scene. And I'd like to start it by saying that there is an axiom. An axiom is a saying, a term that within itself proves itself to be true. And the axiom, all of us have heard it and we use it. It says, those who fail to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them. Now everybody says it, but if you don't know what the history is, then you stumble right into it. I was overseas when the news of Kabila Shabazz hit the international press. And it would be interesting for you to be abroad and watch how the news is played from America. America now is the leader of cultural imperialism in the world. The idea of America, the promoting of the American way and the thinking of America is being pumped throughout the world from CNN, now NBC Super Channel that is all over the world. And what they conveyed on the TV, the newspapers, especially the London newspapers, where they had big half-page pictures of Minister Farrakhan, is that all of these Muslims are violent. That this whole world of Islam, you have to look at it very closely because it's steeped in violence, terrorists, and so forth. This attack on Islam and this attack on Minister Farrakhan, his officials, is not just a small attack on the nation only, but it's a part of a worldwide attack. And I want to take just a minute so you can see it and how it filters right back home to the work of Minister Louis Farrakhan. Right now, the Islamic world is under attack. The term terrorist today means Islamic fundamentalist. I don't care how you slice that cake. If you say terrorist today throughout the Western world and even on the continent of Africa, your mind immediately shoots to either the Algerians, the Sudanese, the Iranians, or someone in the Islamic world. So this is a part of this concerted effort to stop the movement of Islam that is not just a local movement or a national movement, but it is a worldwide movement. In the Islamic world, after they have tried everything, communism, Marxism, the Ba'ath Party, socialism, becoming secular, atheists, communists, and everything, the Muslims now are finding their way back home. But there is a battle because they want their culture, they want their identity. And the only avenue back to it is through their faith, going back to God. So they're called fundamentalists now. Then there is another movement in the world that is opposed to them because they're saying that these are religious extremists.
But the world is not so sophisticated to separate different types of Muslims. That's why when they talk about Minister Farrakhan abroad, they talk about this group in America that's violent. There's no history of violence in the Nation of Islam. There are some incidents, but there's no history that we are a militant group attacking America, beating people, attacking Jewish people. There is no history like that whatsoever. So what we have to look at is this worldwide effort. There is a Jewish group just formed in Washington, D.C., and I call it a Jewish group only because the head of it is a Jewish fellow. Now, if it's another kind of group, then he needs to let us know that. It's called the American Anti-Slavery Group. And they are concerned about slavery in Africa. And I looked at them closely and read some of their information. And finally, first I thought maybe they were legitimate, a group of interested Americans, white and some Africans, who are concerned with slavery on the African continent and other places that they say it exists. But after reading all of his articles, it boiled right down to an attack on Minister Louis Farrakhan. And the group was set up as an answer to our book, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, where in the book we documented members of the Jewish community that were involved in slavery. So this man wants to turn it around and say, well, these Muslims are involved in slavery, but it turns out to be an attack on the Muslim world, and it funnels down to Minister Louis Farrakhan. Now, I'm saying this to you because on the international scene, you have to see this. There's a newspaper that picked up this article. It was mailed to every black newspaper in America. Why black newspapers? Because Minister Farrakhan's input into the black community is so strong today that they're trying to shake it and see if they can rattle it. They cannot rattle it at all. So there's a newspaper. It says Arab Masters Black Slaves. I read part 1, 2, and 3, and the punchline was in part 3, that we are concerned about Islamic slavery in Africa, an attack on Islam, and the reason that black people nor the congressional black members say anything about it is because of their fear of alienating themselves from Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. It said even the black congressmen will not mention it. So therefore his attack was really to try to get around to Minister Farrakhan. But I think that in a book by Michael Eric Dotson, it says it clearly. What they fear is what you call a crossover. Minister Farrakhan has crossed over into another segment of the American population, and they want to stop this. Now, this segment of the population may not be here with bow ties on, may not be in here giving charity, but they're sitting at home or somewhere looking at this video right now. Minister Farrakhan speaks for them. They love him. They want to support him. So this segment of the population, in his book, Making Malcolm, and I'm going to try to do this quickly. In his book, Making Malcolm, this professor, Michael Eric Dotson, who is at Brown University in Rhode Island, has a class called the Malcolm X Seminar. But in his book, there's 2 key parts. He says that Malcolm appealed to a certain segment of the population, and Martin Luther King appealed to a certain segment of the population. These 2 segments of the population that they made their appeal to were totally different. Malcolm, the brother and sister in the ghetto, the brother and sister in prison, the one who was coming off drugs, the ones whose lives were in shambles. Martin appealed to those middle black Americans who were going to church, who had good jobs in corporate America, and who were good, wholesome black people. That was his appeal. What happened, they didn't cross over at that time. But what has happened today, even though they want to describe Minister Farrakhan, he's doing good work among the crackheads and the ex-drug addicts and the prisoners. They don't want to say that Minister Farrakhan has crossed over into a segment of the population that other black leaders of his caliber could not touch before. And their fear, I'm sorry, I have to get through this. Their fear is that this segment of the population are those who know how to make things happen. Some of them are generals and officers in the army. Some of them work down at NASA on rocket ships and are nuclear scientists. Some of them are petroleum engineers. Some of them are the baddest bankers in the world. Some of them are architects and doctors and lawyers. And in their heart, Minister Louis Farrakhan is the champion of the black struggle in America. So they know all praise is due to Allah. So they have to try to alienate that group. Make that group fear the Nation of Islam. Make that group feel that you shouldn't associate with Farrakhan. Make that group feel that there's something dark and mysterious about this group that you have to be careful of. Make that group think that he was involved in the killing of Malcolm. Make that group think that there's some kind of scam going in the Nation of Islam so that we will not tap into that group to get their wealth. In my final note, the black organizations from the churches, from the Muslim communities should thank Minister Louis Farrakhan. In Brother Jawanza Kunjufu's new book, Adam, Where Are You? Why Black Men Are Not in Church, all you have to do is read the book, and all he's doing is making a comparison of the nation and the black church in America today, showing how if the nation can attract all of these young black men, because sisters, this is where the problem is in America right now, then why can't the church do the same thing? He's making a comparison. So when young men and women come and hear the message of Farrakhan, they may not want to join the Nation of Islam, but it makes them to re-examine their church and go back to church next Sunday and see how they can get involved because of his message. There are young black men and women who come to this mosque and hear Minister Louis Farrakhan. They don't want to join the Nation of Islam, but they want to be Muslim. So they go to another mosque and join and try to be involved in an activity to correct their lives. They have to, those imams and those ministers need to thank Minister Louis Farrakhan. There are others who don't subscribe to religion, have no religious preference, but they like cultural nationalism, they like Pan-Africanism. So therefore they get involved in groups and organizations because they heard a message from Minister Louis Farrakhan. So I'm saying in my conclusion that we have to look at this international picture today. And if you look at the article in the Chicago Tribune, they ended on the fact that Minister Farrakhan talked about Arabs, he talked about Koreans, he talked about Jews, trying to alienate every community. I'm saying to my Muslim brothers throughout the world, and these Muslim brothers overseas, Minister Farrakhan is a champion. Minister Farrakhan is a hero. I'm here to tell you. They say, well, they don't agree with his Aqidah. They don't agree with his lines of faith. They love Minister Farrakhan because he's the only voice that they hear standing up against America and the oppression of the oppressed people throughout the world. But listen, and I'm saying it to my Muslim brothers from other communities and other black Christians, don't join your enemy. Those who fail to learn the lesson of history are doomed to repeat it. There were Jews who thought that Hitler only wanted those in the ghetto, that Hitler only wanted those who didn't have an education and were problematic to the societies. They even aided Hitler. Read the transfer agreement by this man Black. Some of the Jews even aided Hitler and helped him to round up some of the Jews and to oppress their own people because he was talking about someone else. Don't fall into the same trap yourself. Know how to say, listen to me, know how to say on the job when they talk about Farrakhan, say, be non-committal. You ain't got to say yes to try to join with them. Say, that's interesting. And how do you feel about Farrakhan? I'm still studying him. I'm listening to him. I don't know that much about him. You have to be strong enough to say that. And then don't join in with your enemy. Don't be a Clarence Page and other Negroes who joined the enemy in order to condemn a man who is helping black people. Look, those who fail to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat it. Thank you. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Everybody all right? We told you we would have the mighty representatives of the Nation of Islam and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan here to clear up the murky waters for you today. Next, we will hear from our brother, who is one of the leading pioneers in the war against this AIDS virus that is sweeping across America and throughout Africa and Asia. He is a pioneer challenging the government to open the files concerning the AIDS virus. He is the national spokesman and representative of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Please join us in receiving and welcoming this mighty spokesman, Brother Minister Dr. Abdul Ali Muhammad.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, the All-Wise, the True, and the Living God, the God who is self-created and the God who has created all living things, the God who loves humanity so much that he has sent to every nation a messenger and a servant from himself to explain to the people the laws of their creation and the laws of life so that they might have life and have it more abundantly. It is in the name of that God and in the name of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Louis Farrakhan that I greet you this afternoon in the greeting words of peace. We say, Assalamu alaikum. And how's everyone feeling this afternoon? I too am fine, giving thanks and praise to Allah, working hard in his name, trying to make my word my bond. I want to thank all of you for being here to show your support for the Honorable Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. I want to thank the Honorable Elijah Muhammad because it was that man that got me up out of a gutter and sent me to medical school to become a doctor who could put forward his program of salvation for the black man and woman in America. And his dream of a hospital and a medical school and research institutes is alive in my head, and I hope it's in your head and in your heart as well, because we want to do just that. I want to thank the Honorable Louis Farrakhan because he sent me on a mission with our late editor, the Brother Abdul Wali Muhammad, on a quest to find a treatment for AIDS. And we came back with that treatment. And then Minister Farrakhan has now placed me in a position as the first Minister of Health of the Nation of Islam. And he told me in very clear words, he said, brother, I want you to take the point for the nation on the issue of AIDS. And by the help of Allah, that is what I am attempting to do. And that brings me to thanks for the Chicago Tribune for putting this beautiful picture of the Nation of Islam's Minister of Health on your front page. Thank you very much. A doctor is no better than the patients that he can show you. And I have said for a long time, when those critics have stood up to ridicule us in our treatment of AIDS with alpha interferon, I have said for a long time, I'll put my patients up against any of your patients. And so today we have two patients from the Abundant Life Clinic, and would they please come to the rostrum? Sister Francine and Brother Julian. And we'll hear from them in just a few minutes. Yes. All praise is due to Allah. I want to thank them for their courage. That's right. A special announcement, I'm sorry. Brother Calvin Walker, please go immediately to the first aid station in the basement of the mosque. Your wife is there. Brother Calvin Walker to the first aid station in the basement. But I want to thank the two of them for their courage to step forward at a time like this, to bear witness to what they know of is our treatment for HIV. But before they come forward, I'm going to do something that I don't think I've ever done, and that is to tell all of you to go to a movie theater and see this movie that just came out. It came out the same day this appeared. It's called Outbreak. It's called Outbreak. And it's about a viral epidemic that hits a town in America, and it is based upon a true story that you can find in this book, which is called The Hot Zone. And in the reality, the hot zone was Reston, Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C., where a deadly virus called Ebola broke out, and it was very nearly a disaster. In the movie, when you go see it, the Army was using this virus as a biological weapon. They were holding it in secret, and they had an antidote to it that was called E1101. Now, when you step back from the fictional portrayal in the movie Outbreak and look at the real life situation, the E1101, the secret antidote held by the American government to treat viral infections, in real life we call it alpha interferon. And it just so happened that in 1989 and 1990, a Kenyan doctor, Dr. David Koech, stumbled over alpha interferon and tried it in HIV patients and found out that it was nearly what they said in here, it nearly was a miracle cure. Now, scientists and doctors don't have the license that journalists do, so we don't use that four-letter word cure. But we will say, without any shadow of a doubt, that 8 out of 10 people, no matter if they are very, very sick with full-blown AIDS, they will respond to low-dose alpha interferon. And now the Nation of Islam is producing its own alpha interferon since they gave us so much trouble. All praise is due to Allah. We had to make our own because they gave us so much trouble in getting a steady supply, so now we're forced to do for self. We are also introducing to the world the best AIDS test available that gives you instant results in about 8 minutes. And it does not require any sophisticated equipment or electricity. It can be done anywhere. And on the weekend of April the 29th, the Nation of Islam Department of Health is hosting a health fair right here in Chicago, Illinois. And at that health fair, we are going to introduce both of these products to the world. Now, something very brief, and then we'll hear from these two individuals that Allah has blessed us to help. What is at stake? In Africa, where Brother Akbar represents the Nation of Islam, by the year 2000, there will be more than 30 to 40 million people dead or dying of HIV. And that's just to mention one virus, but there are many, many other viruses that are also of epidemic proportion raging through Africa and other parts of the world. By the year 2000, there will be 10 million orphans on the African continent alone unless somebody does something now. Worldwide, there will be 120 million people who are infected with HIV by the year 2000. And by the year 2015, there will be 1 billion human beings on the face of the earth dead or dying of HIV infection. Well, somebody has got to do something about it. And Allah has blessed the Nation of Islam to be on the point where this AIDS epidemic is concerned. And with or without FDA approval, with or without NIH approval, we are going to wage this war against HIV and AIDS. But I want to clear up something just in case you're in doubt about it. What is the official position of the National Institutes of Health? Well, as it says right here in a document dated February the 24th, 1995, the National Institutes of Health reaffirms the need for low-dose alpha interferon study, and so the clinical trials that were begun by the Nation of Islam in 1991 are going to continue and become official policy right here in the United States of America. And by next year this time, alpha interferon will be available all over the country and all over the world, and we will be able to say not what we have done, but what Allah has blessed us to do. So this is live television and time is of the essence. And so I just want to immediately ask Miss Francine Wingfield from Baltimore, Maryland, a patient of the Abundant Life Clinic, if she would just share a little bit of what she has been through since she found out that she was HIV positive. And then right after her, we want to hear a few words from Brother Julian X. Tolver of Muhammad's Mosque number 4, who is also HIV positive.
First, giving honor to God, to whom all praises and honors due. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister Farrakhan for having me here. I greet you in the name of my Lord and Jesus Christ. This is the hardest thing that I have ever done in my life. But when God tells you to do something, you have to be obedient and do it. I have something to compare the Abundant Life Clinic to, because Dr. Muhammad was not the first doctor that I saw. A friend of mine made an appointment with the doctor at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore for me, and he was supposed to have been the best in his field. And of course, when you're sick, you want the best, so I went to the appointment, and I was very disappointed because I had prayed and asked the Lord to guide me, because I didn't know anything about the HIV virus because I was married. And I thought that it wouldn't happen to me, so I had no need in finding out anything about it, but here I am. When I went to Johns Hopkins Hospital, my family went with me and we prayed before we went. And when I got there, I was kind of pumped up and I just wanted to hurry up and see a doctor and to do something. I went into the office and he talked a lot of medical terms to me, and I just sat and listened, because if you don't know anything about something, you don't know what questions to ask. So I just listened to him, and I really didn't understand what he was saying, but he said something to me that stuck with me. He said, you're HIV positive. Eventually your immune system is going to shut down. And you're going to die. That's all he had to offer me. He wanted me to take some vaccines and AZT medication, and I refused to take it, so I started talking to him about God and telling him how I felt spiritually, and he said, yeah, right. You know, he didn't want to hear it. So he told me, well, if you decide to come back and use the medication, call my secretary and make an appointment. About 3 days later, he called me on my job, and he wanted to refer me to a psychiatrist. He thought I was crazy because he was telling me that I was dying, and I was talking to him about God. So I told my parents that I couldn't go back there anymore because I believe that the way you feel helps you to heal. And he couldn't help me because he didn't know where I was coming from. So I started sharing with people because I needed to find out, I needed to find a doctor, I needed to find a medical facility where I was going to be comfortable. And so I started talking to people, and everybody I talked to 3 different people, and everybody knew that there was a doctor in DC, but nobody knew how to get in contact with him. There was a lady, her name was Tahita Wazir, and we were in some telemarketing together, and I shared with her one day what I was going through, and she told me that she could get Dr. Muhammad's address and telephone number. I called and made an appointment, and the lady on the phone was so nice, Sister Sheila. She explained to me that it was an open session, that other people would be there, and that Dr. Muhammad would explain the treatment that they had. So I took my brother with me because I knew that I was sick, and I knew that I would want to hear what I wanted to hear because I heard that Dr. Muhammad was doing some great works over in DC. So I took my brother and said, you come so that you can hear and you can let me know if, from a person on the outside, if this is what I should do. So we went in and sat down. There were some other people there. And one thing that I liked about it was, unlike the other doctor, when I walked into the room, there were graphs and charts. So I knew that I was going to learn something about what was going on in my body. Dr. Muhammad talked about the T-cell count, which the other doctor had told me nothing about. He explained when you have the HIV virus and what happens when you develop AIDS. I didn't know that. I didn't know what to ask. He answered so many questions that I didn't even know that I had. And then he talked about God. He said that he didn't know certain things because he wasn't God. And I looked at my brother and he looked at me, and being a praying family, he nodded his head, and I knew that God had sent me there and I was where I should be. During the session, he also, on several occasions, said, this is not a cure, this is a treatment. He was honest, he answered questions. If he didn't, he said, if I don't have the questions, I'll try to get them for you. I felt comfortable. I've been going to the clinic now for over a year. I'm not sick. I don't look sick. In closing, I'd like to say that if it's God's will that I develop AIDS, I will be a patient at the Abundant Life Clinic to the end.
I'm kind of nervous. Peace. Back in 1991, then I wrote a letter to Brother Leonard Farrakhan, and then also to Minister Farrakhan, asking for him to pray for me, because I was in my 3rd year of being what's called like diagnosed with AIDS. And Brother Leonard had wrote me back, and he told me to go see Dr. Aleem, because he had just gotten back from Africa with a treatment. And I went to see Dr. Aleem, and that was about 5 years ago. And 5 years later, I'm here, and I got to say, I just like to say that if it was not for the work of this brother here, who I love very much, then I would not be standing here today. Assalamu alaikum.
So we're out of time. I'm sorry. And now, let me bring on our next speaker, Sister Ava Muhammad.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness there is no God but Allah, who came to us in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. I am thankful that he has raised in our midst the one known to us as the Messiah, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I thank them both for a leader, a teacher, a brother, a friend, and a living example of an independent, free black man, Minister Louis Farrakhan. I greet you in the words of peace of Assalamu alaikum. I am deeply grateful to my leader and teacher, Minister Louis Farrakhan, for allowing me this opportunity to once again come before you, the chosen people. I am deeply grateful to him because the Holy Quran declares that the only duty of the messenger is to deliver a clear message. And Minister Farrakhan, as his father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad before him has done, has extended far beyond the duty imposed upon him. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad before him has done, has extended far beyond the duty imposed upon him by the Holy Quran, hasn't he? All praise is due to Allah. In John 14:18, Jesus says, if I had not come and spoken to them, they would not have sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin. He who hates me hates my Father also. If I had not done among them the works which no one else has done, they would not have sin. But now they have seen and hated both me and my Father. It is to fulfill the word that is written in their law, they hated me without a cause. Whenever anyone, black or white, underestimates a divinely missioned man, we make mistakes or we make errors in dealing with that man. And that can cause us to suffer chastisement and destruction. I was asked on Thursday whether I thought Minister Farrakhan had any idea that such assaults as occurred in the Chicago Tribune this week would occur. I responded, I don't have to think, thank God, about it. He warned us of this in 1986 in the Final Call newspaper entitled A Warning to the Believers. He told us of this in study guide number 17, Hypocrisy and Conspiracy. And he wrote in that study guide that at the root of the lies and murder plots against Jesus was envy. Envy arose in the hearts of the political and spiritual leadership because one was coming to replace their rule, one more favored in the sight of Allah, one more pleasing and acceptable to the people. He wrote in Study Guide 17, the government of the United States is envious of our rise in terms of numbers, growth, and the future that Allah has promised us through the mouths of his prophets. He wrote that the FBI had promised one of its informants, and this is a matter of record, that by 1989, if they did not have Minister Farrakhan in court, they would have, quote, blown him out of the water. Well, as you know, it is now 1995. They have come at him with a movie about Malcolm X. After attempting to resurrect Malcolm X, a man that they hated, a man that they murdered, a man that you did not know, until Minister Farrakhan stood back up and lifted up the name of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and awakened the consciousness of a dead black America. Then through a movie, they attempted to alienate black people toward him. That did not work. After that, they used the scribes, as they did against Jesus. The New York Post, which came out with a wicked series of articles early in 1994, after Minister Farrakhan filled the Jacob Javits Convention Center in New York, after Minister Farrakhan filled the Armory in Harlem with black men and announced that he was going to organize black men to come together to regain control of their own community, then the New York Post launched, at the behest of the government, a series of articles charging Minister Farrakhan with the murder of Malcolm X and attempting to tribute their story to Betty Shabazz as a source. But it was not Betty Shabazz that printed the headline, Farrakhan murdered Malcolm. It was the New York Post that carried that. When we sued them for $4.4 billion, it had an immediate and chilling effect on those articles. What they had planned to do, beloved, was to set up contempt and hostility and hatred in the black community toward Minister Farrakhan. Then they were going to charge him as the result of a secret indictment by a grand jury with the murder of Malcolm. Then when they arrested him, you and I would sit by thinking that he was worthy of this arrest and we would make no outcry. It has not changed since the days of Jesus. It is the same government. It is the same Jews that are controlling the government. It has not changed. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. What is at the root of the attacks on Minister Farrakhan? If you look carefully at the so-called expose, and keep in mind that the New York Post case has been held in abeyance. We appeared on March 7th for oral argument. The courtroom was full of Muslims. But most telling was that the courtroom was filled with Muslim women in addition to men, and those women were dressed in the garment designed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The judge, Her Honorable Carol Arbor, refused to come out of her chambers. She sent a message through her law secretary that she would decide the case on paper. What I had planned to say to her is to exhort the court that you are making a serious error when you fail to recognize the mission and the stature of Minister Louis Farrakhan. You are committing a grave error. But at the root of all of this, beloved, if you look in the pictures this week, you see a picture of Sister Khadijah Farrakhan Muhammad waving to us at Savior's Day. And she is dressed in the garment. She is wearing the white. She is wearing the headpiece designed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for the black woman as given to him from God. They show later in the week a large photo of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad with his wife, Sister Clara Muhammad, dressed in that garment. You see a big picture where they say this is their worship service with a beautiful woman in the white headpiece. When we gathered for Savior's Day on February 26th, the exact date of birth of Master Farad Muhammad, when you looked to the left, when you looked to the right, when you looked behind him, all you saw was a vision of black women in the white garment designed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. My point is this. The messenger wrote in Message to the Black Man, our women are being used by the white race and have been used ever since we were brought here as slaves. They cannot go about without being winked at, whistled at, yelled at, slapped, patted, kicked, and driven around in the street by your enemy, black man, right under your nose. Yet you do nothing about it, nor do you protest. You cannot control or protect your women as long as you are in this white, racist, false religion. This religion gives you no desire nor power to resist them. We must resolve issues and questions raised by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And his student, the one he put in his seat, has brought the nation all the way back. But it could not be said to have come all the way back until February 26th, when he was surrounded with the sisters in the garment of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. Brothers and sisters, the power of the black man is in the black woman. And the power of the black woman is in her enigma, her mystery, her distance from the flesh, and her nearness to the Spirit of God. Men can come and say, put on a suit and tie, and that's wonderful. That means you're ready for business. But there's only one man in America today that dared to ask the black woman to please bow down and submit to Almighty God, Allah. Stop being the devil's woman and be God's woman. And he has been successful at doing that. And I'm talking now about the spiritual son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Minister Louis Farrakhan. And I tell you, when they saw that, they, meaning the Caucasian, the enemy, when they saw this on film, they knew they had to derail this march on Washington. Because when the black man goes to Washington in October and makes his atonement, God is going to bless the black man by raising him back up in power, reuniting him with this woman, and it is this woman, brother, this black woman will destroy your enemies for you. All praise is due to Allah. May Allah bless all of us with the light of understanding. Assalamu alaikum.
Let's give it up, brothers and sisters, for Sister Minister Ava Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah. Only a fool would deny that God's Spirit is among us today. Brothers and sisters, if you have been keeping up with the attack on the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, you are aware that the United States government of America has launched an attack against Nation of Islam members who have successfully developed business enterprises in the various sectors of the American economy and society, and in particular, the members of the Nation of Islam who have successfully negotiated major security contracts, bringing the sharp-minded, sharp-dressed, disciplined, well-mannered training of the FOI into the various housing projects throughout America to turn back the tide of violence, drugs, and self-destructive behavior that is so preeminent and dominant among us as a people in the various housing projects that the government has so craftily and wickedly placed us in like chickens in a coop. And so we have a video presentation that will show you the recent congressional hearings with regard to the Nation of Islam affiliated security agencies, firms, and services. So if we could begin the videotape.
Refuse to contract with firms because of religious affiliation. In fact, there are many cases where the religious affiliation of a firm is not known, since such inquiries are typically not made. We do, however, know that many local housing providers throughout the country obtain services for their housing programs from religiously affiliated organizations, such as B'nai B'rith, Habitat for Humanity, Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Services, United Church Homes, the Salvation Army. While these might not be religious organizations themselves, they are associated with religious institutions. Many of these religious-based organizations are also sponsors under our senior citizen housing or our housing for disabled persons. The Establishment Clause does not forbid the federal government from contracting with these organizations, provided that it is for a secular purpose, in this case, housing. However, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993 would be violated if the department does not continue to permit these organizations to participate in housing programs. In fact, the involvement of the Nation of Islam in public and assisted housing began in a previous administration. In April 1988, members of the Nation of Islam began voluntarily patrolling Mayfair Mansion and Paradise Manor apartments, low-income assisted housing operated by private providers in Washington. Sometime in 1989, Mayfair Mansion and Paradise Manor separately contracted with the volunteers who would form a security firm named the Fruit of Islam, which appears to have been headquartered in Washington. At some point, the Fruit of Islam became Nation of Islam Security Agency. According to various news stories, the work of the volunteers and the Fruit of Islam received praise from Secretary Jack Kemp, and the Nation of Islam Security Agency reported in brochures how it received support from First Lady Barbara Bush for its work in providing security to residents. It's not surprising, therefore, that the vast majority of close to 1,000 residents interviewed during the review of current contracts informed us of broad satisfaction and overwhelming support for the work of these security firms. Many of these residents said that security guards had transformed their troubled, unsafe, drug-ridden housing developments into places where there are now low vacancy rates, safety, and peace. They said the guards were, for the most part, respectful, showed respect toward them as residents. Almost all the residents interviewed lauded the jobs that the reviewed firms have done and asked that the contracts not be terminated. As I indicated at the beginning of my testimony, I am nevertheless concerned about the general allegations of possible discrimination raised by members of Congress and other organizations and connected with these private contracts. In response to these concerns, we initiated the review of security contracts with the Nation of Islam and any organization or firm identified with the Nation of Islam. As a result of this review, and I might say, Mr. Chairman, I cannot call this a thorough, comprehensive review because it's been of short duration and because HUD is not ordinarily a reviewing body. I asked the Assistant Secretary, Secretary Achtenberg, to use the resources available to her to undertake what is a general review. But as a result of this review of contracting activities, as I say, of these housing authorities and private providers, we initially found 11 current local security contracts with firms that might be connected with members of the Nation of Islam. 2 of those contractors were terminated as recently as last week, which brings the current number of contracts to date to 9. Again, remember, HUD's data systems don't track individual contracts executed by tens of thousands of entities. In addition, most properties don't maintain records for past contracts. So some of the questions that have been asked, how many contracts have ever existed, it's really not possible to determine that. Or how many exist, the best we can do is follow up on those we know. Our complex and time-consuming review consisted of a Herculean effort by our staff to gather this information. After identifying the contractors, a multidisciplinary HUD review team headed by Assistant Secretary Roberta Achtenberg conducted the interviews that I have described. She's with me today, and her testimony is of more detail than mine in following up on aspects of these reviews. As in any nationwide review, the results were mixed. However, as I previously stated, the overwhelming majority of those interviewed praised the performance of the subject companies. In fact, many of the complaints received by the residents related to the firm's strict security enforcement of their security policies. In other words, it was not that they were in any way proselytizing or anything of that nature, but that they were enforcing the laws stricter than the residents might have wanted, requiring identification cards, for example, when entering buildings. As to proselytizing activities, religious proselytizing on the job, it appears for the most part that there may have been some isolated short-term incidents where guards distributed the Nation of Islam newspaper, The Final Call, on the premises of developments. HUD's review is completed, and we've documented reports as to the firm's performance treatment toward the residents and religious proselytizing. As a general matter, the results do not indicate any widespread or systematic problems in these areas. There are no known complaints of discrimination or harassment towards the residents, and there is no indication that these firms are interfering with the residents' enjoyment of their housing facilities. On the contrary, there is now evidence that in many cases the firms have improved the quality of life in public and privately assisted housing. However, to ensure that public housing authorities and assistant providers, or private providers, are aware of the civil rights requirements that flow from the receipt of federal funds, we have sent a letter to each of the housing providers involved, advising them that the failure to assure compliance with civil rights requirements can result in the initiation of administrative sanctions, including declarations of breach of their contracts or regulatory agreements, findings of non-compliance with Title.
Brothers and sisters, if you could not hear, we apologize, but in short, Secretary Cisneros was clearing up the investigation, and the Nation of Islam and affiliated firms have come through with flying colors. But to testify further with regard to this area, we are pleased and happy to bring forward at this time one of the longtime helpers, supporters, and friends of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He is the Supreme Captain of the Nation of Islam. Please join us in welcoming to the microphone. Pardon me, brothers and sisters. At this time, we will bring forward the Chief of Staff of the Nation of Islam, the son-in-law of the Most Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, our brother, Brother Leonard Farrakhan Muhammad. Let us receive Brother Leonard.
Assalamu alaikum.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. I'd like to greet all of the believers, especially that are here at Mosque Maryam, and those that are watching throughout the world, with the greeting words of peace again of Assalamu alaikum. How's everybody feel? Well, you know, it's interesting and it's a good opportunity for me. We are cutting our program a little short in preparation for our great leader and teacher, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. But I just wanted to come out briefly and say that Mr. Cisneros should be congratulated for having the courage to stand up and tell the truth. But more importantly than that, Mr. Cisneros, you know, as a head of an important agency like HUD, does not do these kinds of reports himself. And I would like to report to you that the report team, at least the investigative team, was led by a Mrs. Actingberg. So for those persons who are dissatisfied with the content of the report, should direct their attention to Mrs. Actingberg. And I'm sure that Mrs. Actingberg would be very happy to explain to you that she has carried out her duties in a very honorable fashion. Let's give Mrs. Actingberg a round of applause. I want to say that the American people have gotten a tremendous value and bargain from the presence of so-called Nation of Islam affiliated security agencies, from Washington, D.C. to L.A. to Philadelphia, and of course here in Chicago at Rockwell Gardens. I'm proud to say that when we first went in to secure Rockwell, there were those who said that an unarmed approach will not work. As a matter of fact, I'd like to say that one of my good friends and spiritual person here in Chicago and a member of Operation Push said that, Leonard, if you're able to do it, I'll sing your praises from the mountaintop. Well, I want to report to Reverend Willie Barrow today that I'm finding that mountaintop because our year-to-date stats indicate that Rockwell now, the crime rate year-to-date has decreased by over 55%. And not only that, if you compare us to other housing development agencies in Chicago, you will find at Cabrini Green after Dan Trail that crime decreased, after Dan Trail and some $20 million that was spent, crime increased by 5%. In Horner Homes, crime increased by 4.7%. In Ortgale, crime increased by 1.3%. And in Stateway Garden, they had a decrease by 1%. Robert Taylor Homes, an increase of 8%, and a decrease in Abla of 17.4%, and I repeat, a decrease in Rockwell of 55% year-to-date since we've been patrolling there. Another important note that in Abla, there is a Chicago police station as well as a CHA police station located in the development. The same thing is true at Robert Taylor Homes. I say, blessed are the peacemakers. And that's what America should be saying. And I want to say to the Tribune reporters, if you're here, I'm only going to say this once to Mr. Gaines, I think it is, and Mr. Jackson, that in the time of Muhammad Ali when he was going to fight Joe Frazier, and Joe Frazier kept calling him Clay. And I say to both of you, if you don't know how to say Leonard Farrakhan Muhammad, then I would have to invite you into the ring and spank both of you until you learn to pronounce my name. I say to the Tribune, what's my name? And audience, will you help me? Leonard Farrakhan Muhammad, what's my name? And I hope they get it right. All praise is due to Allah. I just want to say that your tricks today are just over. This kind of small-time stuff will not work with black people anymore. Look at the beautiful black people here today, in spite of your efforts. And I say, shame on the Tribune. Shame on the Tribune. You would report. And I would like to thank the Board of Commissioners of CHA and Chairman Vincent Lane, because they had the courage and to offer us an opportunity to work in these developments. All praise is due to Allah. And let me say that in bringing us, they have won, because the taxpayers have won, and I'm happy to be here. Congratulations to Brother Sharif Muhammad, who was to speak before me, that he gave up his spot so that we can hear from our leader. And now I'm going to give way to Minister Ishmael Muhammad, who will take you further. But I want to say to all of you, no weapon formed against the righteous will prosper. And we are here as a living witness that our faith in God has caused us to be able to transform communities all over this country. And to the detriment of our enemies, in spite of you, look at what we have done. Why don't you join with the will of the American people and help us in these developments so we can make a better quality of life for all of our people who are in this condition. Thank you as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, once again, as many times before, I have the distinct honor of presenting and introducing to you one of the greatest black men to ever be born, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. There are a few things that I wish to clarify prior to our receiving of Minister Farrakhan. Of course, our response today is to particularly, specifically, to the lies that were written in the Chicago Tribune is nothing new to Minister Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. Although we do not object to some of the truths stated in the articles, we do object and strongly reject the wicked lies made on Minister Farrakhan, his family, officials of the Nation of Islam, and the entire family of the Nation of Islam, which includes all of its registered members and the 40 or so million black people of America. The attack on Minister Farrakhan's character was designed to affect the thinking of the black community who support Minister Farrakhan and the programs of the Nation of Islam. And that support is in overwhelming numbers. In some way, they wish to cast doubt into the minds of those who support Minister Farrakhan by suggesting that Minister Farrakhan in some way was hoarding the wealth of the people and that he was using it to support his lavish lifestyle. Why are you so upset with the economic progress of the Nation of Islam? Why are you so upset that we that love our leader want to show our appreciation and love by giving to him and ensuring that he lives as not just one of any old kind of leader in the world, but that he enjoys the best that you make? We want to make sure that our leader is comfortable. You don't have anything to say about the president of Ford. You don't have anything to say about the Rockefellers. You don't have anything to say about the DuPonts. You don't have nothing to say about the Kennedys. You don't have nothing to say about Bush and Reagan and Clinton and all of these that continue to rob our people. But you have something to say about our leader wearing nice shoes, our leader wearing fine clothing, our leader riding in the best that you make. You know why you're upset? Because Minister Farrakhan told you that you don't have a ladder high enough that can reach up to the heavens to cut off his blessings. This is why you're upset. You want to make emphasis that Minister Farrakhan says that he owns nothing personally, and that he says that all of it is owned by you. He tells his followers, do you have a problem with Minister Farrakhan having a home in Beverly Hills? The home is not even owned by him. It has been given and is in the name of his wife and his family. The home on 4855 in Hyde Park that you say that my father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, spent $200,000. You made a great mistake. My father spent $1.3 million to build that home. And I want to say that Minister Farrakhan told me to tell you that it is better for you to leave him and us alone. Because in the name of Almighty God, Allah, and His Christ, if you continue to touch His anointed one, the calamities that you see in America will increase, and you'll have more rain, more hail, more snow, more earthquakes. The whole country will go down. Leave him alone. Leave the nation of Islam alone. Let us prepare to receive our minister, our leader that we love, that we respect, that we support, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Allahu Akbar.
In the name of Allah, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, we thank him for raising up in our midst a divine leader, teacher, and guide, the Messiah, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. I greet all of you, my dear brothers and sisters, with the greeting words of peace. Salaam alaikum. To Minister Ishmael, to all of those who spoke prior to my entrance, I thank you for your defense of yourself and of me and of us. I'm grateful to all of you who are present, who came out to hear what we have to say. While I am thanking everyone, I would like to give a special thanks to the Chicago Tribune. No, I'm not joking. I thank the Chicago Tribune for giving me and the Nation of Islam 4 days of front page and an awful lot of space in such a well-respected journal. Although I don't think their motive was necessarily to help me or us, the articles, I believe, have indeed been helpful to us. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad one day told me about a donkey that fell in a ditch. And everyone that came by threw a stone at the donkey. And they threw so many stones that they filled up the ditch, and the donkey walked out. So he told me to remember that every knock is truly a boost. Because of the one-sided nature of the reporting, it is clear to me and to us that the intention of the Tribune was really to hurt Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. But of course, help as well as hurt are in the hands of God. I do not believe that your articles accomplished what they set out to do. But regardless to the intent, I really, sincerely, personally thank you for what you have written. I wish to turn our attention to the importance of a free press in a democratic society. One of the reasons that a free press is important is that it allows the members of the Fourth Estate or the press to search individuals, groups, parties, and persons to see whether they are what their public persona might lead us to believe they are, and to discern the truth of persons, the truth of groups and organizations, and the good and efficacy of ideas. But most importantly, their function should be to search those who would deceive and rob the people of their rights in a democratic society. Unfortunately, today, corporate America has taken over much of the print media and much of the media. Therefore, much of what is written is really colored not just by writers and editors, but by those who are owners, stockholders, and the manipulators of the minds of the masses of the people. It is not an accident that Jesus referred to the people as sheep. This is the characteristic of the masses of the people, not just black people, but the masses of the people, black and white, Jew and Gentile, are like sheep, easily led, sometimes in the wrong direction. So when you have control of what is fed into the mass mind, then you can dictate the current, the motion of people. That is a great responsibility. And it is a responsibility that should be carried out by the members of the press with the same kind of sacred aura as being a judge to judge the affairs of men. In the Holy Quran, we are admonished not to mix up truth with falsehood, nor hide the truth while we know. It is very important for newspapers to understand that when you mix truth with falsehood, hide the truth, and then outright lie, you are absolutely destructive of the human mind and spirit. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that the brain is constructed to think rightly. And the only way we can think rightly is if the brain is fed truth. The universe
is created in truth. It feeds the right things to the human mind. But we are not just under the influence of what God has created, we are also being influenced by Satan and his machinations. And so newspapers and television media, and those of us in leadership as well, must not lie to the people. We must not mix up truth with falsehood. We must not seek to deceive the public with a false impression of who and what we are. Because when we do that, we are destructive of the human mind and spirit. Those who read what you write, if it is mixed with falsehood, and then you purposely delete or hide the truth, then you and I who do this, any of us who do this, are partakers in the destruction of the human mind and spirit, and partakers in Satan's conspiracy to deceive and rob the human family of its inalienable right to truth. Every human being has a right to truth. And it is only when we know the truth that we can make proper decisions for our lives. So those who are in leadership, to whom the people look for guidance and truth, must never allow themselves to be co-conspirators with Satan. So those of us who have read this series of articles and much of what is written about the Nation of Islam in the American press and the world press, we know in some cases it is outright lie. And in some cases it is truth mixed with lies. In the Chicago Tribune articles, there are outright lies. Then there are truths mixed with lies. But only those who know the truth can discern the lie from the truth. Those who do not know the truth, and that's a broad mass, an unsuspecting and gullible public, may eat this poison food and end up thinking the wrong thoughts and perhaps taking the wrong action. Let us just delve a little into motives. Why do we do what we do? See, the motive of a person tells us the condition and quality of their hearts. Only God knows the heart, but we can get an indication if the heart is diseased by studying actions and comparing actions to words, and then comparing actions and words to a standard of decency and moral correctness. What was the aim of these articles? Why would you take up all of this space in such a fine newspaper and give the minister headlines? I didn't rape anybody, rob anybody, shoot anybody. I didn't accidentally fall off a bridge or jump off a skyscraper and begin to fly. But I receive headlines, front page, treatment. What was your motive? Why are you worried about what I own? Since no one has charged me with being a thief, Why are you worried about what I own? I know what you said. You said he's taking money from the poor. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I don't take as much money from the poor as the Tribune. And I'm a lot more faithful to the truth. Let's be honest. What are the odds that those of you who buy the lottery will win? Come on, let's deal with a little truth. Let's see who's taking money from the poor. Every one of you who buys a lottery ticket, the odds are staggering that you will never, ever, ever hit the lotto, and you know this. But you continue to play because your hopes are maybe, just maybe. And somebody is gambling that you are going to continue to hope and play that lotto, and poor people are depriving their children of necessary food and clothing because they have a hunch that their number is going to come up right this time. And then should one or two or three of you hit the lotto, look at the way it's arranged. You get it over a 20-year period. You can't even pass it on to your heirs, to your children. Think about this. And they are wagering that the quick money will so alter your lifestyle that you won't be able to handle it, and most won't. So before 20 years passes, maybe within 5 to 7 years, the lotto person that hit is dead, and you gamble knowing that they would never see 20 years. Who's taking from the poor? Who's robbing the poor to enrich themselves? How was America built? Was it built on the backs of the rich, or was it built on the backs of the poor? How is every nation in the world built? It's built on the backs of the poor, but the poor support Farrakhan, not because I'm a thief and a robber. The poor support me because they know that I'm just about the only one standing up. And if I live in Mr. Muhammad's fine home, it's not mine. The next leader of the Nation of Islam will live there. Why do you begrudge me that? When I lay down at night in a comfortable bed, there's nothing wrong with that. If I drive a nice car, wear nice clothes, nothing wrong with that. If I were poor, ragged, hungry, naked, and out of doors, you'd have something to say about that, wouldn't you? You'd say, well, what kind of man of God is this? Hasn't God heard his prayer lately? I got a God that hears my prayers, and I have never prayed for money. I have never prayed to live in a nice home. I have never prayed for things. I've always prayed to God to increase me in knowledge and wisdom and understanding and power to help my people out of the condition that the bloodsuckers of the poor have put my people in. What is the motive? The motive is hatred. And at the root of the hatred is envy. For 10 years now, 11 now, you have lambasted me, maligned me, ridiculed, mocked, and slandered me in hopes that my own people would turn aside from me and that perhaps one from among my people or a group from among my people would assassinate me. You hoped that we would never earn money in your society to do anything of value for ourselves and our people. You are absolutely livid with anger that we have succeeded in spite of all of your opposition. You have not been able thus far to stop funds from coming to the minister, although that's what you are busy doing. The ADL has been busy going to every college president, particularly the black ones, telling them don't let a Nation of Islam speaker speak on the campus because they don't want any of the ministers or representatives to get an honorarium that perhaps some of it might come into the coffers of the Nation of Islam. College presidents are getting letters like this from the ADL. The ADL had no standing whatsoever in Congress to bring us before the Congress. They didn't have standing, but they used their influence to bring us before Congress. Then when we won, they said they got sandbagged. Well, you should expect sandbagging when you come up against Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. You should expect it. So you are angry that Brother Farrakhan is able to live well. Die in your rage. You are angry that Farrakhan is being successful. You are angry that over $5 million was raised by poor people to establish the Salaam Restaurants and Bakery Complex, and we did not have to ask you for anything. You are angry. You are angry. I understand. You want to stop whatever flow of charity there is coming to me in the Nation of Islam, and you want to do it by any means necessary. Your frustration comes out in your writing. The hatred comes out and it's manifested, but underneath the hatred and the envy is the sheer terror. Terror. What are you terrified about? What are you afraid of? You're terrified of a black man rising in this country, a black man over whom you have no control, a black man that you can't frighten away from the platform of truth, a black man who appears to be getting stronger every day with the help of God. And now the things that this black man is saying and the persons whom he is exposing who are so powerful, you are terrified by the truth that he speaks. Will he lift the cover on me today? So you feel that at all costs, Farrakhan must be silenced. Well, I would like to invite you at this point to a challenge. Whatever you think you know on me and of me, hurl it at me. Whatever the powerful insiders, international bankers, establishment, secret government, whatever you wish to inspire the legal government to do, get busy, get busy. Go on and do it. We have you now in our grip. Some of my black brothers and sisters want me to be quiet, be silent. I can't let them go, and they can't let me go. I can't let them go. God has me on your behind. And I'm not gonna let it go, and you got me. Like you're holding on to an electric current, and you can't let me go. So we are locked in a life and death struggle. Only one of us is going to survive. Now I want you to write this down. I shall tell you today, straight up, with the help of Almighty God, I'm going to be the one to survive. And those who oppose me, black or white, red, yellow, or brown, high or low, you are destined to meet ruin, disgrace, and total destruction. Write that down. I'm gonna be the winner, living or dead. And personally speaking, I don't think you can kill me. And personally speaking, I don't think you can kill me. That's punk stuff. You did that yesterday. But I don't think you'll be able to put that small-time stuff over on us today. Not with God present. But you try. Help yourself to your own destruction. You know, there's a wise man in the Bible named Gamaliel. He was a legalist, a great scholar of Jewish law. And he told the Sanhedrin, the Jewish scholars of that day, it would be wise to leave Paul, the great preacher for Jesus, alone. He was wise enough to say to them, if the work of this man, Paul, is from man or of men, it will come to naught. But if his work is the work of God, and we oppose it, we will find ourselves opposing God, and in so doing bring ourselves to naught. When you are faced with the same condition and predicament today, everything you've tried to do to hurt me and to hurt us has failed. You are the smart ones in your smoke-filled rooms with all of your fine degrees and all of your power. And yet everything you've tried to do to hurt the Nation of Islam has failed. Haven't you got any sense at all? Don't you think you ought to stop a moment and ask yourself, how could these half-illiterate people cause you to fail with your power, your wisdom, your money, your organization, your control over the minds of the people? How could you fail? Don't you wish to believe that perhaps God is with us? Perhaps Farrakhan not just some passing fancy that you can blow on and he'll blow away? So you keep on trying. And the more you try such evils, the more you get tied up in your own deceit. Now the whole of America will soon be made wise to this wicked group of people whom it is my duty to expose. That the masses of the people, black, white, Hispanic, Native American, Arab, Asian, African, Jew, and Gentile, may go free. For it is written, you shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. What truth should you know? Oh, brothers and sisters, you should know the reality of God and his presence today. You should know that the reality of God is the manifestation and reality of the devil. You got to know both rulers today. You got to know God and you got to know the devil. You got to know the time and what must be done. You have to know the true religion of God. And you have to know this handful of wicked families that are hell-bent on ruling the world and hell-bent on the destruction of America. This handful of wealthy people who have gained their wealth by sucking the blood of the poor, poor whites, poor blacks, poor Hispanics, poor Native Americans, poor Jews, poor Gentiles, poor Asians. This group of families, they have no commitment to anything except their own desires to rule and to manipulate those whom they rule for their own evil purposes. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has taught us, and it is now my duty as a free man to point out to you that you may rise up, black and white, poor and not so poor, to either take control of America for yourself, or your country right now is all but lost. Your leaders, many of whom are wise to the conspiracy that has robbed America of her greatness, but they have sold you out. I'm speaking of the white leaders. The black ones, we know where they are. The white leaders who know the truth and have no courage to stand for the future of this nation have already sold America out. The leaders who know the truth and many who wish to tell what they know have been silenced. But today, by the grace of God, there's a black man in America who is in the bosom of God, who is unafraid to tell you that truth that will cause you to regain yourself and perhaps regain your nation. Russia is all but gone. Destroyed now with internal division and chaos. This is not an accident. This was by design. But who is the designer of the fall of Russia? Because the same designers who designed the fall of Russia have already designed the fall of America. And God sits back, watching and maneuvering to make sure that it all fits his own plan. Russia was financed by the international bankers of Europe and America. Trotsky and Lenin got their training and their money right here in America. Lenin left America with $6 million in gold. Financed by those same international bankers to go back to Russia to begin what is called the Bolshevik Revolution that brought the communists into power. Let's talk. I ain't got time to tell it all, but I'm gonna tell enough of it, and then you can go and find the rest. All of it is written in a book, but you better become readers now. Your very life depends on your willingness to read. The international bankers have always wanted what they call a balance of power in the world. Let's talk, let's talk. As I told you at our Savior's Day message, which if you don't have it, be sure to get it. It's part 1 of this subject. The Warburgs, the Rothschilds, who financed Hitler, German Jews financed Hitler. Right here in America, Loeb and Kuhn and Jacob Schiff, international bankers, financed Hitler, and poor Jews died while big Jews were at the root of what you call the Holocaust. Why don't you tell that? You can write this. Go back and tell your editor, I want to put this in the paper tomorrow. You've got a hell of a nerve to open your mouth to call me an anti-Semite when your own people have been the worst anti-Semites in the world. Oh, sit down in your seat We ain't going nowhere for a while. We're going to tarry here till we get the Holy Ghost. What do they mean, balance of power? This is how the international bankers get their money back from governments whom they've loaned money to. They manipulate your sovereignty and gradually take it away from you. They finance an opposing force. They create the opposing force, then finance it, so that there's a so-called balance of power in the world. As you recall my Savior's Day lecture, some conspirators in America, in Congress, met at Jekyll Island in Georgia with Paul Warburg, Vanderlip, Nelson Aldrich, the maternal grandfather of Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller, a member of the U.S. Treasury. And they designed what later became the Federal Reserve Act. It didn't pass at first because America never wanted a central bank to be controlled by individuals. That was in the Constitution, and it's there now, that only Congress should have the right to print currency and the instruments of credit. But the international bankers from the House of Rothschild, who sent his sons into 5 countries. One son went to England, one to France, one to Austria, one to Italy, and one stayed home in Germany with the father. And through manipulation and money from that one son, they gained control of the Bank of England, the Bank of France, the Bank of Italy, the Bank of Austria. And private concerns began to print money in Europe. The Rothschild would finance both sides of all the European wars. They always wanted to get their hands on the Central Bank of America. And they finally did. On December the 22nd, 1913, Congress passed into law the Federal Reserve Act. 2 months earlier, Congress and the same manipulators who crafted the bill that would later take control of the Central Bank of America, they also crafted from the second plank of Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto what they call a graduated income tax. The income tax was designed so that when America's debt would get greater, they would have a means of taxing the people to pay the interest on the debt. Now let's talk. Woodrow Wilson sold America out. Your president. He got in 1912, financed by international bankers. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was passed, and in the same year, the IRS became law. In the same year, the FBI was established. And in the same year, the ADL came into existence. This is not an accident. These four work together. I'll prove it in a minute. When Woodrow Wilson became president in 1913, just before the Federal Reserve Act became law, America's national debt was nearly $1 billion. When Woodrow Wilson left office in 1920, America's debt had risen 800%, from 1 billion to 8 billion. How did the rich make America's debt grow? The easiest way to get money is to start a war. Woodrow Wilson campaigned on the platform that he kept us out of war, because the war had started in Europe. And if you remember, George Washington and the founding fathers did not want America to be involved in Europe's wars, because it looked like Europe was fighting every few weeks and the bankers were getting big money. But the moment the international bankers took control of the money by taking control of the Central Bank of America, the Federal Reserve, a war broke out in Europe. And the British sent Lord Wiseman to America to encourage America's involvement in the war. The Germans didn't start any war with America. Let's deal with truth, because your government is filled with liars and thieves and murderers, and it's time now that somebody take courage and expose it, that all of you will go free. Well, you can put your pens up. I know this is a little too hot for you to handle. And I'm just warming up. This man, Woodrow Wilson, campaigning to keep the American people out of the war. He won re-election in 1916. 5 months later, even though he campaigned on keeping America out of the war, 5 months later, he reversed himself. And they used the sinking of the Lusitania. Here, munitions were being sent on a ship that passengers were on. The Germans took out ads in the American newspapers. Don't get on these ships because they're carrying munitions, and if you do, you get on at your own risk. So the ship was sunk by German submarines. And this was the pretext. Then, of course, the Federal Reserve, who manipulate media. Now I'm going to show you how you all don't have no media that is really out of control. You're not the controller. Oh, hell no. Some of you little sincere people, I'm going to write the truth. If you want to write it, you better get your own paper. Or you won't be able to write truth in a Negro paper, because the editors and publishers are frightened to death that they will lose their advertisers. You know I'm telling the truth. And most white newspapers, I'm talking about the big ones now, somebody calling shots. We'll get to that in a minute. You're going to wish you had left me alone. I'm not going to ease up. I'm not going to ease up. From now on, every time I open my mouth, I'm going to tell more and more and more and more and more of the truth that exposes the rottenness of all of these Confederate forces that are the destruction of my people in particular, but the masses of human beings in general. Now, let's go back. 1917, America gets into the war. At that time, $1 billion in debt. Now, America got to borrow money to finance the war effort. Who's she borrowing from? Who is America in debt to? She jumps in the war. The war is won. And the politicians said it was a war to end all wars. Were they telling the truth? How could they be telling the truth when Jesus said there would be wars and rumors of wars, and nation would rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom? But this is just the beginning of sorrows. How could a so-called Christian campaign on a slogan that is against the prophecies of Jesus Christ? And how could Christians who say they believe the word vote for an outright liar? If you believe in Jesus, boy, y'all is something. And it really, in truth, you're good people. But ignorance is our worst enemy. And because we are ignorant, we are easily manipulated by the wise, smart, crooked deceivers of the world. I'm going to move fast. After World War I was over, now listen to this. Max, Felix, and Paul Warburg, all three of them brothers, Max, Felix, Paul, and Lord Milner, another financier of Hitler. They met representing their countries at the Paris Peace Conference. See, after the war was over, these same bankers, they're going to carve up Europe now. Now listen. Let me just slow down a second. I don't want to take too much. But you see all these border wars going on in Africa, in the Middle East, in Europe. What do you think that's all about? You see, when a war is won, they establish the balance of power. Then they start cutting up giving this to that one, this to that one. And the British are the slickest of all the demons. I mean, that British devil is a chief devil. Yeah, they're devils. Hell yeah, they're devils. He's smart enough to make you think you British. This one over here got a lot to learn from that buddy over there now. That's the master of tricknology. Look, man, when they go to war, they take a border from this one, give it to that one. Take territory from one, give it to another, knowing that at some future time, the owner is going to claim what belongs to them, and the other is going to claim, well, it was given to me at the Versailles Conference. It was given to me. So then here come the international bankers again, financing both sides in the conflict. After World War I was over, the manipulators knew it was only a matter of time before World War II would begin. They knew it wasn't a war to end all wars. It was just a cessation momentarily in the conflict. Then Hitler rose. Hitler rose wanting to get back the land that was taken from Germany in World War I. Many people who study history, they don't know the manipulative forces that create the tensions that begin the war. They are never brought out into the fray. And the landscape painters, you guys in the press, you're really the landscape artists. You paint a picture for the gullible public. The crash in 1929 was engineered, well orchestrated. They can set inflation, deflation, recession, boom. They can do it all scientifically. It's interesting that the stock market before the crash had reached dizzying heights, almost like it is right now. And then all of a sudden the Fed put on the brakes after letting a lot of money out. It put on the brakes and tightened the money. Tightened the discount rate on money. People had to sell. They called loans. People had to sell stock in order to pay their debts. Stock market crashed. But the wise insiders had already prepared and made a boom while the majority of the stockholders went bust. I wonder, will history repeat itself? In a few days, we'll see. After World War II, America gets involved again, late. See, after World War I, the international bankers and these birds, they wanted a one world government. So through Woodrow Wilson again, they wanted to set up the League of Nations. You better sit there cool, man, and take notes. School is out. That's school. This one is in. And you probably learned more here today than you ever learned in your life if you study political science, economics, or religion. Where was I? Yeah, the League of Nations. And just as the table was set for America to come in, America backed out. The League of Nations died. But the international bankers really wanted to get America involved in this thing. World War II set up. Got America in the war. Borrowed a lot more money. International bankers happy. Gonna charge a lot of interest. Income tax going up. And if you look at the FBI, and you look at the ADL, and you look at the IRS, these are convenient tools. I can't say the FBI didn't get a few criminals, but when you are a criminal outfit yourself, when you see yourself as above the law, though you are brought into existence by means of the law, then you become a criminal outfit chasing criminals. CIA, it's criminal outfit, killing presidents and kings and overthrowing governments and causing tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of innocent people to die because leaders would not play ball with the foreign policy objectives of Europe and America. This is real, man. This is Satan's world. And you can't run out here with no pop gun in Satan's world and think you're going to do something. The thing that Satan is most afraid of is truth. Now let's see what happened. After World War II was over, Russia and America that had fought side by side to defeat the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese. But when the war was over a few days later, there was a Cold War between the Russians, the Americans, the communists, the capitalists, the East and the West. And the root of communism and the root of capitalism is the same group of people. Did you hear me? Are you going to sleep? I said the root of communism and the root of capitalism is from the same group. They started both philosophies. They financed both philosophies. And when Russia was strong, they said, now we have a balance of power. So Russia now is bringing people into her sphere of influence. China, many others, under Karl Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, financed by wicked bankers, many of whom were Jews. Now look, man, I'm going to stop right here. See, this old crap that you use called anti-Semitism, that's a smokescreen. Look here now. I want you members of the press and you so-called scholars and religious leaders and teachers, think with me a minute. Are there some black people that are no good? Wait a minute, talk to me. Are there some no good black people? Sure. And if I talk about some no good black people, what black man has ever called me anti-black? Wait. If you listen to my lectures, I take on the evil of our own self, beat it down, and try to encourage righteousness where evil exists. Nobody calls me anti-black. Are white people sacred? Hey, wait now, wait. I gotta ask the question because some of you are a little slow in answering. I ask, are white people sacred? You're damn right they're not. Now look, if white people have done evil to the darker people of the world, and somebody points it out, does that mean I'm anti-white? If you really want to see an anti-white person, stand a white person up and tell him, look in the mirror. Because white people have done more to injure white people than any black people on the earth. So will a real anti-white man stand up? You all had a 30-year war in Europe against yourself. Well, we weren't killing you. You killing your dumb self. You had a 100-year war in Europe against yourself. We wasn't bothering you. We were busy killing ourselves. World War I was all you Europeans fighting over who's gonna get rights and territory in Africa. So don't tell me nothing about anti-white and that if I point out your evil, all of a sudden I'm a racist. You just frightened of truth. Let's tell the truth. You don't mind writing it in your books, but don't let one of your ex-slaves read your book and then read you. Now he's uppity. Now, wait now. How many of you were involved in the Holocaust? Raise your hand. You see what I'm saying? Wasn't none of us involved, man. We didn't kill one Jew. And if there were a Holocaust today, damn it, you would not find most of these harming one hair on the head of a Jewish man, woman, or child. And that's true. So if we were not involved there, we're not. You're just not involved. But that was your white brother, Hitler, aided by your white Jewish brother, Warburg and Rothschild, Lord Milner and Schiff and Loeb and Cohn. It's your brothers. So hell, if they killed 2 million, 1 million, 5 million, 6 million, we didn't have nothing to do with it. The Pope, that's your brother. Well, some of us call him father. But that was your brother, your white brother. He looked the other way. Pope didn't say nothing. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, that's your white brother. He looked the other way. But when it came time to open those camps, those death camps, the first one to open it was a black man. God damn it, how in the hell can you call us anti-Semitic in the face of your own damn evil to yourself and your own people? I know you don't like like my language. I don't like it either. But I'm angry as hell. You know that? And sometime if I didn't cuss, I'd kill. But you just might as well sit there and take it. I had to read that crap you put in the paper. You killed each other. Little Jews dying while big Jews made money. Little Jews being turned into soap while big Jews washed themselves with it. Jews playing violin. Jews playing music while other Jews marching into the gas chambers. We wasn't there. We had nothing to do with it. Well, why all of a sudden am I anti-Semitic? Tell me. Don't get frightened. Well, if I scare you, then, you know, you're just gonna be scared then, because I'm not getting softer no time from now on. Look for this. How did I get to be an anti-Semite? What have I done? You can't find one Jewish person that I've hurt. I've not cut nobody that's Jewish, fought nobody that's Jewish. What have I done? I told the truth about Jewish involvement in the slave trade. Your own writers say the same thing. Well, if they're not anti-Semitic for writing it, how in the hell am I anti-Semitic for reading what they wrote and then saying it? Come on, reason with me. I didn't write your history, you wrote it. And then the sad thing, when you confront them with what their own scholars have said, they say, well, this is part of the old conspiracy talk. But who's saying this? Not the little Jews. Let me read you something. Listen. This is on page 46 of this little book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, by Allen, which I'd like to get 10,000 copies of it, have everybody read it. If it's a lie, I didn't tell it, I'm just reading now. Thank you all for teaching me how to read. It says, one major reason for the historical blackout on the role of the international bankers in political history is that the Rothschilds were Jewish. Listen, anti-Semites have played into the hands of the conspiracy by trying to portray the entire conspiracy as Jewish. Nothing could be further from the truth. The traditionally Anglo-Saxon J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller international banking institutions have played a key role in the conspiracy. But there is no denying the importance of the Rothschilds and their satellites. However, it is just as unreasonable and immoral to blame all Jews for the crimes of the Rothschilds as it is to hold all Baptists accountable for the crimes of the Rockefellers. Listen, the Jewish members of the conspiracy have used an organization called the Anti-Defamation League. Oh, I'm going to read that one again. I'm going to say, I got to slow down because I want you to get this. The Jewish members of the conspiracy. What conspiracy? The international banking conspiracy. Have used an organization called the Anti-Defamation League as an instrument to try to convince everyone that any mention of the Rothschilds or their allies is an attack on all Jews. In this way, they have stifled almost all honest scholarship on international bankers and made the subject taboo within the universities. Now let's go on. I'm still quoting. Any individual or book exploring this subject is immediately attacked by hundreds of ADL communities all over the country. The ADL has never let truth or logic interfere with its highly professional smear jobs. When no evidence is apparent, the ADL, which staunchly opposed so-called McCarthyism, accuses people of being latent anti-Semites. Now, end quote. Now, did you hear my Savior's Day lecture? Did you hear me condemn all Jews? I condemned the wicked ones. Are there wicked ones among the Jews? And they would be sometimes even more wicked because they got more revelation. Come on. Guess what? Right after that, a full-page ad in the New York Times, taken out by whom? ADL. Let me read what they said. This is proving my point. These are the watchdogs for the international bankers. They are the watchdogs for the secret government that manipulates presidents and Congress. I gotta tell it, man. Most all your black congressmen are honorary citizens, members of the Knesset. Did you know that? Most senators, black and white, honorary members of the Knesset. You all do your homework and tell me how many there are. The hell, are you an honorary member of Ghana's parliament? Any African government's parliament? Watchdogs. Attack dogs. Farrakhan attacks Jews, Catholics, and others. Listen to this. The Nation of Islam has a well-documented public record of racism and bigotry. You mean more than you? And their abysmal track record continues. As recently as February 26th, 1995, Minister Louis Farrakhan railed against Jews at his annual Savior's Day message in Chicago, using centuries-old conspiracy theories and code words like international bankers. Farrakhan excoriated Jews as those who have been at the root of the control of the banking system of the Federal Reserve. See? And you never read nothing about my speech in the paper. Hey, press, you were there. How come you didn't say nothing? Why did you say something about what I said? Because you know that subject is taboo. But now, Jewish writers immediately attack me in the New York Times editorials. What are you afraid of? You're afraid that people will know the truth and go free. Well, I think I can begin to close this. The international bankers are waxing rich, have waxed rich in this East-West struggle. The Russians put the first cosmonaut in space. Kennedy had to get his man up. The space program was put into existence. Where they get the money from to finance it? The debt kept growing. The debt kept growing. Russia developed this kind of jet plane, this kind of tank. They come before Congress and the Appropriations Committee for more and more money to develop more technology, more weapons. We need more nuclear weapons, more this, more that. So the arms race, who did it enrich? The international bankers. And when Russia collapsed, what was the first thing they agreed to do? Scrap some of their nuclear weapons. Who paid for it? Taxpayers. Who's paying the interest on the debt of weapon systems that you better not use? It's the taxpayers. It's the kind of government you live in. Oh, I ain't finished. Russia has collapsed, leaving only America as a superpower. But America, the greatest nation in the last 6,000 years, is all but taken from the people who claim to be citizens and who believe in her promise. This country has just about been taken. Oh, there's a scripture in the Bible. It reads like this. It is in Ezekiel, the 21st chapter. It is wrapped up and made bright and ready for the slaughter. America's already wrapped up. Who wrapped up this country? What is she wrapped up in? How did she get made ready for the slaughter? Well, let me just point it out. You got a couple more minutes. I got a few. Did you know that there's been a carefully orchestrated scheme going on in this country to set the whole country up, to break it down so that it would become a part of a world government, not the world order that Bush is talking about. Bush was just promoting something that is in the interests of people of big, big money. Russia's already broken. Now, how are they going to break this country? Well, she's really already broken. She's nearly $5 trillion in debt. You can't even imagine that kind of money. The interest on the debt alone is over $300 billion a year. You didn't hear me, did you? Somebody getting fat off America. Somebody got control of the country. And you can't even see that your elections are a sham. Who you voting for? Well, we're voting for it's either Clinton or Bush or the other fella. Whoever can make a wave in their hair and put their hand in the pocket and sound like Kennedy. This is all show business BS, man. And the masses of the people are being manipulated to think that you voted for somebody to have supreme power. That man ain't in no supreme power position. Your government has been taken over already. Now let's see what part you play in this. Years ago, America had strong families. 40 years ago, manufacturing was the bedrock of employment for the working people of America. And you would see the working man leave his home with a lunch pail, going into the many factories of America, making the shoes, the garments, the machinery that made America the great industrial power in the world. At that time, women were not in the workforce. Women were home. It ain't that the home is your place, but the home is your base. And if you lose your base, you've lost your place. And let me tell you something, woman. Now, I don't need no applause. I want you to listen. You're so busy trying to compete with men, but you've lost your own maternal instincts. You've lost your own natural role as the shaper of the destiny of a people. There was a time when women were more acclimated to the home, rearing the children, keeping their homes as places of refuge, and teaching the values of their religion and their culture to their children. But someone decided we must take the woman out of the home. Someone decided that women must no longer know home economics. There was a time when women knew how to cook. There was a time when women knew how to sew. There was a time when women knew how to do needlework and crocheting. You say, well, yes, but I'm a doctor and I'm a lawyer and I'm a teacher. Yeah, but you not a good mother. And who the hell cares if you're a good doctor and a good lawyer and a good stenographer, but your children have been cut loose from your own strings? You've lost your children, black woman, white woman. All by design. You don't cook no more. Sarah Lee cooks for you. You don't cook no more. Takes too much time to prepare health for your children. Now you pop it in the microwave and put it on the table. Now you pop it in the microwave and put it on the table. And where are your children? They're in the streets. The enemy has taken your children right out from under your own control, then put you in jail if you discipline them. Look at at yourself. They tell you you are the parent, but they don't have to tell you when they go get an abortion in some places. They don't have to tell you that they got Norplant. They don't have to tell you that they're taking the pill, but you the mother. They've taken our babies from us. You, the parent, you can't teach values anymore. You're too busy. So television is now the teacher in your house. And what is television teaching your babies? You come in any time of day or night, MTV is on. Children rocking and rolling, shucking and jiving, stepping and dancing, behinds twisting and shaking. You lost your children. Your children not looking to you as a mother for wisdom and guidance. They'll tell you what they saw on TV. I saw Oprah's show, and Oprah said. And I saw so-and-so, and they said. You ain't got no more say-so. They've taken over. This is not accident. This is by design. You ain't the man in your house no more. Satan is king in your house. He rules your wife and your children. Try and tell your wife, take that damn lipstick off. Try and tell her, hey baby, cover yourself. Try and make your daughters righteous. See what they'll tell you. But, put your children on television. They got dresses all the way up to their crotch, sitting down, crossing their legs on television. And what's wrong with the way I dress? Because you couldn't pass on no culture, no value? The country is destroyed. Drugs brought in. It ain't just black folk using drugs. White folk using it. Children using it. Well, mother no longer at home to see after the rearing of her children. Many fathers put out of work. Factories closed. Mothers left to rear the children by themselves. And since many mothers had to go to work, children reared by television, and the controlling influence of television started gradually to deteriorate to a sex-centered entertainment center. We all got a sex drive. Everyone in here is driven by that urge. But my God, if everything you hear is I want to freak you, your own black woman on television with a string in her behind, showing yourself in a most disgraceful way. How are you going to have your children look at this and then you tell them that's indecent when it's on TV? Television has gone all the way down. Newspapers all the way down. Recordings all the way down. Our great talent is being used to make us purveyors of a culture of filth and degeneracy all over the world. Look at yourself. You're human pigs. Oh, I'm going to say it again. I say, look at yourself. You have become human swine. You love filth. And the more low down and dirty the thing is, the more you like it. Why is homosexuality growing so to now you can't even have a slumber party because little girls are having sex with little girls and little boys having sex with little boys? Old men finding little boys to play with. Old women finding little girls to play with. And it's all right to you now. When I was coming along, if you were a homosexual, you had to hide it, because that was unacceptable behavior in any community where religion and the teachings and precepts of God and the prophets were taught. Now listen, wait a minute. Now you're going to call me a homosexual basher, and I'm not going for that. I'm not going for that. A homosexual brother and sister, that's my brother, that's my sister. And I love them. Okay? Yeah, I love them. Some are very beautiful people. Here, the way of life is distorted. By whose standard? God's. Now look, man, wait a minute. I don't have to applaud. Homosexuality has to be looked at, as well as adultery, fornication, and all the freakishness that we're involved in. Pastors, what the hell is wrong with you? You don't want to talk about it anymore. Why? Because many pastors are homosexuals. Wait a minute, man. School is in. School is in, man. The Holy Quran refers to homosexuality as an abomination, meaning it is so utterly loathsome in the sight of God that a man would go to another man with lust in his heart as he should be going to a female. I hope I ain't hurting your feelings, but it's better for me to talk to you. Homosexuality is being encouraged. It's being promoted. One day soon, I'm going to take a subject on it, not homosexual bashing, but just to talk about it. How does it happen? There are so many forces at work in society to turn a young man out or a young woman out. You just can't tell somebody who's homosexual, well, homosexuality is wrong. Well, yeah, but what are they going to do about the forces that made them that? How do they get strength to combat that? All sin has to be engaged in struggle. All of it. Not some of it. All of it. Say, none of us so holy that we can look down on somebody else who has a particular ailment that is different from our ailment. But all of us are sick, and all of us must engage sin until we overcome it. But how? That's a subject for another time. And you look at the kind of people who are promoting girly magazines. See? That's why I want to say to those who are Jews, see? You want us to take our own to task. That's why when Farrakhan speaks, you go to every black leader you can. And you say to them, isn't there something you can say about Farrakhan? Well, I'm asking you, ain't there something, damn it, that you can say about them damn freaks in Hollywood? That are your own kin, your own kith, claim to be Jews? Talk to me. I want to hear from you. You want black people to attack me because you say I'm a racist. But Jews have had the prophets of God. And you know what is right and you know what is wrong. But you won't lift your voice against your own brothers who are making themselves wealthy off of the weakness and ignorance of the people. Why don't you call Hugh Hefner into question? Why don't you call David Geffen into question? Am I wrong? Tell me. You want my black brothers to call me into question. Well, where is the guts in the Jewish community? Where is the righteousness in that community that you won't even condemn your own criminals? Meyer Lansky. Many of the criminals, the Italian criminals, put money in the Catholic Church. Tell me I'm a liar. Damn it, but if I know you got dope money, I won't take your money. I don't need a whore's money. And if I know you're whoring, you can't give me a damn dime. You don't come to me saying, I made a killing off the numbers and I'll take your money. Keep your damn money. I'll get mine, but I'll get it by following righteousness. I said, if I know that you're dealing, I can't deal with you till you straighten up. Because it's only honest money. Money earned from righteous endeavor that should be used to build the kingdom of God. And so, dear family, I want to close. I hope you don't think so hard of me. But if you do, it's all right. America is going down. They have destroyed the educational system. It's gone. It's gone, man. When I went to school, by the time I was 15 and 16 years old, I had at least 4 years of Latin, 2 years of German, 2 years of Spanish, 1 year of French. I had medieval history, ancient history, American history, and modern history. I had algebra, geometry, solid and plane. I had trigonometry and calculus, algebra 1 and 2, before I left high school. When I went to college, I didn't have to buy a book because I knew everything that they were teaching because of the background I had in the Boston public school system. Everybody in my class, even the dumbest, knew how to read. How come America's turning out 30% functional illiterates today? You're graduating from school and can't read. That's not an accident. That's by design, man. Because if you can't read, how will you ever know what's hidden and written in books? Then if you can't read, you get your worldview from television. You get your worldview from those who are the mind manipulators. and you become one of the gullible mass of the people, the 85% who believe in a mystery God. And so, beloved, in my conclusion, the dollar is all but gone. This dollar used to be called a silver certificate. Everything over $5 at a certain point was backed by gold, and silver backed it all the way up. But in 1933, America went off the gold standard, and the dollar wasn't backed by gold anymore. And sometime thereafter, it went off the silver standard, and all silver certificates were pulled in, and a Federal Reserve note was handed out. When I was a little boy, you could get $1 and it would say, "Pay to the bearer on demand." $1 in silver. Today you can't go nowhere and get any real value back for this, because it's not backed by silver or gold. Now the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in his book Message to the Black Man in America, said America's great wealth, her dollar, is now fallen to pieces. He said that whoever took America off of the gold and silver standard, when that was done, America's financial doom was sealed. At the time of the writing, the English pound sterling had lost 50% of its value, and America's dollar has lost everything now as power backing for her currency. Today, the currency of America is not backed by any sound value, silver or gold. The note today is something that the government declares it will give you the value in return, but does not name that value. But they're not backing this currency anymore with silver or with gold. Well, what should we expect in the very near future under the fall of America's dollar? This could mean that we would have 100% inflation. Well, what could happen under 100% inflation? The hand of God is against America's wealth. Oh, the wealthy bankers now, they're worried because their world is coming down. I heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say that one day you would see the wealthy take $1,000 bill and light their cigars with it, because it would be worthless. In the future, while this has some degree of power, we ought to put as much paper as we can together and take this paper and go and buy as much land as we can get our hands on, because the real value is not paper money. The real value is land. And when the dollar won't spend, the land will produce, if you got seeds and a healthy rain and sunshine, you will eat. But oh, my brothers and sisters, if you look in the book of Daniel, it talks about that great image with a golden head, a breastplate of silver, and feet and legs of iron and miry clay. Daniel saw that vision, or Nebuchadnezzar saw it, He didn't understand it, couldn't handle it. He was going to kill people who didn't understand or couldn't tell him, not only tell him what he saw, but tell him what it meant. So they came to Daniel, and Daniel began to pray to God, because he said only God knew the meaning of this. And as Daniel prayed, God began to reveal its meaning. Well, my friends, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad broke it down, and I'll just tell you a little of what he said. In the vision of Daniel, the image's head is gold, which represent the standard metal of worship. And the placing of this metal at the head and not at the feet gives us again a chance at the meaning and significance of Daniel's vision. The head of gold and the breast of silver represent the two countries, England and her sterling, and America and her gold. England's sterling pound and America's 11 or more billion dollars in gold made these two countries the head of the nations of the earth. This was because their great wealth of money, gold and silver, which they hoped to use to sway the nations to bow down to their bidding. But the fall of this great God of gold and silver, and the maneuvering of power to be the instrument that caused the fall of the great statue of gold and silver held by England and America, has come from divine power and not from the nation's power. America and England built up their silver and their gold from the poor. As you build up the statue, you start from the feet and the legs. The feet are iron mixed with miry clay. It's telling you there's weakness in the support. Gold is a heavy metal. And if you've ever seen a waterhead baby, a baby with a big unusual head that weighs so much more than the body can grow to support, then anything that hits that leg will tumble that head. And this is why the ADL, the FBI, the IRS, and the federal government use their power against anybody who can speak to the masses and cause the masses to listen. Because anybody that empowers the masses shakes the legs, and the head of gold will come tumbling down. England, that said the sun never set on her empire, now the sun can't find her empire. America had $11 billion in gold. Now it's down to about $1 billion. France began to make America pay her in gold. Now America had no value. Do you see how shaky it got when the dollar fell last week to an all-time low? You ain't looking, brothers and sisters, but the country is in trouble. America's in trouble. Clinton's in trouble. You and I are in trouble. And the only way to get out is to come on to God. Submit yourself to God. Follow the guidance and the wisdom of God. And when you follow the guidance and wisdom of God, you'll know what to do with dollars, but we got to do it quick. Stock market may crash. It's at a dizzying height, over 4,000. And they're manipulating it right now. But all is well with the righteous. I'd like to close with these words. To all of you who are looking by satellite, all of you who are listening, Israel was named, a name given to Jacob after he wrestled with the angel all night long. God changed his name from Jacob to Israel. Jacob the supplanter became Israel, who prevailed with God. Old Israel prevailed, but prevailed because God allowed it. God allowed America to wax strong. God allowed America to become the greatest nation in the last 6,000 years. God allowed communism to come up. God allowed it all to happen. But now there's a new Israel. You may not want to believe it, but the God that I represent is the same God you read about in the Old Testament. That was the God of a nation, and that he threatened to kill all the enemies of Israel. Not that Israel in the Middle East, but the Israel that it's talking about is called the Nation of Islam in the West. Listen, listen, listen. I know you're plotting against us, but I want to tell you what my God is poised to do for you. Within the next 30 days, I want you to look at the natural calamities that our God will bring because of your evil plans against his nation. I don't care who don't like the Nation of Islam. The God of the nation, a living man, a human being, Master Farad Muhammad, take it or let it alone. He is the Lord God of Israel. Just leave it alone if you can't handle it. But I'm telling you, our God can't wait for you to make your move. I'm in America as a dare. He dares you to touch me. Come on if you want to die. Come on, government of America. Do what you gotta do so that the God of the nation of Islam that you have thought was the Jews of yesterday. Remember your Bible, Christian. The Jew is not the Jew outwardly, but the Jew is the Jew inwardly by the circumcision of the heart. All of these wicked ones who have given Judaism a bad name, they are members of the synagogue of Satan. And unless the righteous Jews condemn and cast out the wicked Jews, then all will partake of the wrath of God. I warn you in the name of Allah, leave us alone. Your time is just about up. The last 6 in the number of the beast, which is the number of a man, 666. The last 6 represents 60 years of grace. I'm at the end. If the scholars say the world of Satan ended in 1914, 60 years from 1914 brings you to 1974. A lot happened in 1974. The whole nature of the climate changed. But you marked your calendar wrong, because grace hadn't come in 1914. God had to extend you his grace. He came in 1930. And it took him 3.5 years to prepare grace. And he put grace in the midst of you, America. Not a white man, but a black man from Georgia. He's your grace. He showed you your evil, but he gave you a way out, that if you repented and did right by the children of God, the new nation of Israel, one who will prevail with God, who is here to supplant your world. If you would do right by us, God will give you an extension of time. Elijah Muhammad started his mission free of Master Farad in 1934. Now you mark 60 years from there. He said 60, you'd get no more than 70 years of grace. So here we are, 1994, mark the end of grace, and you're in the last 10 years of your power. Now you're looking at Europe, a boiling cauldron. Oh, America is going to break out into war over there. But this time the international bankers are not going to prosper. Because when Master Farad Muhammad was 6 years old, he came into the knowledge of what his mission was. As Yaqub, at the age of 6, came into the knowledge of his mission, Master Farad saw himself pushing the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the J.P. Morgans, the Warburgs, the Schiffs, the Vanderlips. He saw himself pushing them into a lake of fire. This is the end of your world, Satan. We locked in this struggle. I know you think you're gonna win, but Satan, your stuff is finished. Your game is over. Now, between here and 2004, this is the end of your time. America can survive, or America will die like Egypt, Babylon, Rome, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the other wicked kingdoms of the past. You can take it or let it alone. You don't have no redemption power left. You wicked and adulterous generation that seeketh after a sign. There's no sign for you but the sign of Jonah. As Jonah was in the belly of the whale 3 days and 3 nights, so shall the Son of Man be in the heart of the earth. And now we have come to you like Jonah went to Nineveh. And unless you put on sackcloth and ashes and repent of your evil, America, you are finished. Finished as a power in the world. Finished as a great nation. And it will be your own leaders who led you down the path of hell and destruction. And this is why I'm calling for a march on Washington. A march on Washington. Because, black man, you are the new Jonah who've been in the belly of this whale for over 300 years. Now, if you stand up and repent for not taking your responsibility as a man and a servant of God, if you will atone for your evils of putting your woman out to fight for you while you did nothing, You, black man, have been a disgrace. But God is calling on you to turn around and take your responsibility. But you gotta repent, and you gotta clean up, and going to Washington is like Jonah going to Nineveh. We're gonna call on America in a day of atonement, a real day of atonement, to atone for your evils to the Native Americans, atone for your evils to our fathers and mothers, atone for your evils to the poor, atone for the wickedness of your misguided leadership, and repent. And if you, my people, who are called by my name, will turn from your wicked ways, humble yourself, and pray, then, not before, then will I hear from heaven and heal your land. I am from Elijah Muhammad. I am grace to you, America. And I am grace to you, black man and woman. God will give you grace if you hearken to the voice of one who is grace in your midst. God will give you grace, America, if you recognize that I'm telling the truth, which you already know. And if you recognize that you can't solve your problems, but God can solve your problems if you let him. But if you try to kill grace, I ain't talking about Daddy Grace. I've never claimed nothing for myself, and I don't have to. My work speaks for me. But I am grace to you. But if you try to harm me, if you do like that dragon in Revelations, who stood before the woman and spewed out of its mouth a flood to carry the woman away in the flood, because she feared, the dragon feared, that a new boy was coming up that would rule the nations with a rod of iron. You can't stop this. But if you act wise toward it, God will have mercy on you. And like he gave Nineveh 200 years of extended time, maybe you can get the same. But I kind of think you've gone a little crazy. I kind of think you're going to do everything you can to kill me this year. I kind of think you really lost it. I'm going to be here. If God pleases, you do what you think you have to do. But I'm warning you, when you see your cities tumbling down on you, when you see death everywhere, you remember what I told you. You brought it on yourself. The righteous seek refuge in God. There is no place for you to hide, nor them, except in God. Take away to God. Find his bosom and stay there. I believe I have found his bosom. And so, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I don't fear any evil, because I know that God is with me. And so as I leave you, on behalf of Kubila Shabazz, and on behalf of the Shabazz family, I'm asking all of us to stand up for Kubila. Not stand up on. I'm asking all of us to recognize what the FBI has done. They manipulated the daughter of Malcolm X. They manipulated the murder of the father. Yes, sir. And now they want to manipulate the daughter to go to prison for supposedly paying somebody $250 as a down payment to kill me. The government has agreed, from what I understand, to drop the charges if Kubila will permit herself to be sent to a mental institution for 45 days, and then after she comes out, another 45 days, they have something else for her to do. She must sign a paper saying that she will not ever use the word entrapment, that she was entrapped, and she must apologize to the government of the United States. Now, brothers and sisters, that's as low down as you can get. The U.S. attorney who's handling that is U.S. Attorney David Lillehaug. Lillehaug. I hope that address is coming up on the screen. Mr. Lillehaug. I hope, Mr. Lillehaug, I'm saying your name right. But everyone who is here and everyone who is listening, take this address down. David Lillehaug. What is the address? Is it on the screen? What is it? Why don't you bring it to me since everybody else got it? Mr. David Lillehaug, U.S. Attorney, District of Minnesota, 243 U.S. Courthouse, 110 South 4th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55401. Now, don't get discouraged. That's a lot of writing. But if you don't want to write a letter, just get a postcard. And all you got to say is, set Kubila Shabazz free with no strings attached. Or anything else you might want to write. I mean, no, nothing like that. Then you ought to write a letter to the Attorney General, Janet Reno. Janet Reno, Attorney General, U.S. Department of Justice, 10th and Constitution Ave Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20530. Every one of you should have been given this when you came in. But now I want you to promise me. I know we don't write, but I want you to write this time. We want to amass public opinion to make the world see that something is wrong with the justice system. You know, this man, Fitzpatrick or Summers, was a member of the JDL, which is akin to the ADL. And he is on the payroll of the FBI. See how they all hang out together? I think that all black organizations should make up their minds that we will not talk to the ADL. We will have nothing to do with that gangster group that has spied on Martin Luther King Jr., spied on his father, spied on black people, turned over our files to the governments in South Africa, worked with the FBI to destroy black leadership, while at the same time they put on a face that they're fighting against anti-Semitism. Well, let's leave them alone, in the sense that none of us as black leaders, none of us as black organizations should take a dime from them. And if you really are representing your people, your own people will support you. How many of you will write that letter? Is that a promise? Is your word bond? I'm going to write mine, but I'm not going to write a postcard. I'm supposed to be the one that was to be killed. And if you think it's a surprise that I'm defending my sister, you know, we can never bring back and really right the wrong of 30 years ago. There's nothing we can do. 30 years ago is 30 years ago. But we don't have to allow the evil of yesterday to corrupt today. Kubila, Shabazz, and the whole Shabazz family, my sons and daughters, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's sons and daughters, Martin Luther King's sons and daughters, Jesse Jackson's sons and daughters, they should be the vanguard of a new era for black people, free of the scars of 30 years ago, free of the pain that each of us have suffered, free of the mistakes and the errors that we have made in struggling for the justice of our people. Let the children go free. So I say to Dr. Betty Shabazz that we in the nation will stand with her and her children, and we will do everything in our power to see that that sister, Kubila Shabazz, goes free. Will you help us to do that? Thank you, and may Allah bless you all as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum. Like this. I really don't need a microphone. I want to show you how this is done. See, this is done by the use of the diaphragm, pitching the voice against these natural, we say, resonators of the human voice. And there is no strain, no pain, just knowing how it should be done. And now, as I am about to leave you, my friends, no, I just thought I should take this mic. I want to say that Dr. Shabazz has authorized, I guess you'd say that word, is it authorized? A support committee. And we in the Nation of Islam will be a part of that support committee that will do whatever we can to help bring Qabila Shabazz safely through this ordeal. And perhaps, just perhaps, this may start the process of healing the wounds. Not only the wounds between Dr. Shabazz and her family and myself and the nation, but the wounds go deep into the black community. And perhaps we can begin healing some old wounds and coming together in a stronger unity so we can get through the dark days that are just in front of us. How many of you are here today for your first time, have never been before? May I see your hands? Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Now, those of you that are here for your first time, how many of you, after listening to what we said, believe that what you heard taught today is the truth and is good for us as a people? May I see your hands? Raise them up high. Thank you. Now, if you believe this is true, listen carefully now. Sometime I'm talking to you and you're talking to me, but I don't hear you. You hear me, but there's a voice that's also talking to you. And when I'm speaking, some of you already know, that man is telling the truth. I want to stand with him. I just know that this is where I need to be. Now, I'm not like a preacher that will down you if you don't accept. Because that's not what this is about. It's not a vanity trip. That's right. But if God spoke to you, if you feel within yourself that what you heard you admit is true, if you would like to unite on the side of that truth and come and stand with Brother Farrakhan, and let's get busy and build for our people. Yes, sir. If you would like to do that, would you raise your hands? How many of you are willing to unite right now? You are? Very good. Then every brother, every sister that's willing to unite. Are there some downstairs? Yes, sir. There's some in the gymnasium. Well, I want you to organize the brothers and sisters in the gymnasium. Organize the brothers and sisters downstairs as we organize the brothers and sisters up here. And what I want you to do is to step into this aisle and come down this aisle. I would stay here to shake all your hands. Now listen to me carefully. But this is not, I want to shake his hand stuff. My hand just as good as yours, and yours just as good as mine. So handshaking is not important. But the symbol is, I'm uniting your hand to the handle of truth. And you must hold on to truth and never, never give it up. All the sisters, would you step out in this aisle, please? That want to unite, come on, don't be bashful, come on. All the brothers, come on over into this aisle. All the sisters and brothers downstairs, come on and let's unite. Now, will you do this for me? Please don't, those that are not uniting, please don't get up just yet. I want you to see something. Have you seen altar calls where nobody gets up? Now you watch. If you, my brothers and sisters who preach, will preach the truth unafraid, preach the gospel unafraid, people will stand up and follow you. You can't preach no watered down gospel. Now, all the brothers and sisters, I'm asking you, if you would please, accept this form and fill it out. And when you fill this out, you will be a part of not only a national movement, but a worldwide movement of our people toward freedom, justice, and equality. And you know what this says? It says, I pledge to strive to love my brother and sister as I love myself. Do you agree with that? It says, I pledge to strive to study to improve myself spiritually, mentally, morally, physically, and economically for the benefit of myself, my family, and my people. You agree with that? Third, I pledge to strive to build schools, hospitals, housing, businesses, to buy farmland, and to enter into international trade and commerce for the good of myself, my family, and my people. Do you want to be a builder? Yeah. Last, I pledge to give of myself, my time, my energy, my talent, whatever I can spare of my finance to accomplish the above said. If you agree with that, when you sign this, then you and I, all of us, are in the brotherhood of the Nation of Islam. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to leave now, because I have to rush over, because this is going to be interactive TV now. I'm going to sit down, and people from all over the country and all over the world, hopefully, will ask questions. And I'm going to try for the next hour to answer their questions as best I can. So I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, if my assistant minister, the son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, if you will allow him to shake your hand in my place as a symbol of our uniting, you and me and the nation, with Elijah Muhammad and God. Okay? Thank you. Brother Ishmael, thank you. May I please be excused?
Yes, sir.
Please, God bless you all as I greet you in peace.
Wa alaikum salam, sir. Let's hear it for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Minister Louis Farrakhan. Let's hear it for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And as he prepares to depart, and you of course are invited to join us at the Salaam Restaurant. Brothers and sisters, we just would like to shake the hand of those brothers and sisters that are standing here, and we would like to close in prayer. Will you give us that opportunity? The brothers that are leaving, brothers, sisters, can we just close in prayer? Please show your support of the brothers and sisters that are standing up this afternoon, and if you would just allow me to shake their hand, we can quickly close in prayer. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, please be patient. We've been here this long, and we'd like to close in an orderly fashion. So please allow Minister Farrakhan to exit the lot safely and securely, and just give us a few more minutes that we might leave together after closing with prayer. And as you sit in your seats, please put your hands together and give a mighty round of encouragement and applause to the beautiful host of black people who have heard the voice, the call, the teachings of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan this mighty day, and have accepted his call and made the decision to stand up, to come forward, to change their lives. They have made a decision and a stand today that will change their lives forever, brothers and sisters. So let's encourage one another in this mighty day when God is opening the storehouses of his blessings for us today behind this bold and beautiful black man, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Brothers and sisters, as you can see, everyone is in a festive mood, enjoying themselves. Everyone has been thoroughly fed. waiting to see Minister Louis Farrakhan, who we are expecting in just a few moments, brothers and sisters. Let us go back to Mosque Maryam. Let us hear one more time from Sister Deborah as Minister Ishmael Muhammad continues his acceptance of all of those who accepted the powerful teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as taught by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Let us go back at this time to Mosque Maryam. Let's go back at this time to Mosque Maryam.
As you see, the beautiful Mosque Maryam now is ending its program, and the Honorable Louis Farrakhan again has given a brilliant rebuttal to the slanderers and to the stories that existed over the last several days in the Chicago Tribune. Hundreds have accepted to accept their own and to do for self. And again, we'd like to go back to Brother Fontaine at the Salaam Restaurant, where everyone is anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Brother Fontaine? Back to you.
Here we are, once again, brothers and sisters, here live at the Salaam Restaurant and Bakery Complex. Our leader, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, has just entered, brothers and sisters. Here he is, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, entering the Salaam Restaurant and Bakery Complex. All praise is due to Allah. Brothers and sisters, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Brothers and sisters, please stay tuned as we are watching live the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan here at the Salaam Restaurant and Bakery Complex.
Speech to the congregation at the mosque, you said that the tribute series was a mixture of the truth and outright lies. And I was wondering if you could please identify for us which parts you felt were truthful and which parts you felt were outright lies.
We'll be here a long time. But let me say, it started with an outright lie, saying that I said that I was the only one who would lead our people out of poverty. And that's an outright lie. I never said any such word as that. There are many, many wonderful black brothers and sisters who economically have done wonderful things for our people, providing jobs and security. I'm only one of those voices. So that was a lie. There's so much. God, if I had it in front of me, I could go down.
On another point, sir.
Yes.
Not to interrupt. It seemed that there was a question raised by the series of the appropriateness of your and your relatives and aides' personal spending while asking for donations from the poor. They raised issues of taking money from the poor treasury and using that for several different purposes. Do you feel it's appropriate?
Of course. Let me say this. The number 2 poor treasury is a treasury that was set up by the teacher of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. First, to take care of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his family. Second, those who are confined in the way of Islam. And third, those poor in the community who are in need of help. Now, certainly, any of you who have seen a family business start or a business start, that person would be foolish if that person did not make a way for his or her own family. If you had seen another part of the program, the third person to accept to help me rebuild the work of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was my wife, Sister Khadija Farrakhan. She was the first secretary of the fledgling Nation of Islam. She worked for nothing. And what she has done with her own skills and abilities is provide jobs for others. My daughter, whom you mentioned in the article, when I wrote the first edition of the Final Call and the second edition, by the time we printed the third one, my daughter had gone and taken a course in typesetting, and she typeset that paper. And she did most of the typesetting for our periodicals without pay. So my daughter and my son-in-law, when we were touting power, people organizing, working for economic rebirth, and had gotten a loan from Muammar Gaddafi to help with the economic development, when a split came between us and the group that really sponsored it, not sponsored it, but where the idea came from, my son and my daughter went out to make sure that my word was not made a mockery of. When black entrepreneurs who were to manufacture the hair care products for us pulled out because certain members of the Jewish community threatened that if they made anything for us, that their distribution would be severely hurt.
I know there's other people waiting to ask questions. One more question from me. What do you believe that Tribune series is an example of? Can you tell me what you think it's an example of and what it is?
I think it's an example of fear and a desire to destroy the credibility of Louis Farrakhan and to stop the support of Louis Farrakhan from within the movement, as well as the support that I have outside of the movement. Not only have I put my family in jobs, but if you would be more careful in your scrutiny of the nation, you will find out that I've created hundreds of jobs for hundreds of people, and I have, by the grace of God, improved the quality of life of thousands of people. So if I have done that, should not I lay down at night in a comfortable bed? Why should someone be angry at that? The scripture says, the ox that treadeth down the corn is worthy of his oats. And I believe, whether you think so or not, or the Tribune thinks so or not, I'm not only worthy of whatever I have, but whatever I have does not belong to me. It belongs to the community that I serve.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrakhan, this is Andy Bias. He's the producer of World News Tonight for ABC Television.
Yes.
I'm a producer, not the producer. Someday, maybe. Mr. Farrakhan, is there any inconsistency between your rather persistent attacks on the United States government or agencies of it, the FBI, etc., any inconsistency between those views and accepting government contracts by nation-affiliated businesses such as your security company?
First, let me say that I think any reader of history would say that the government of the United States, in particular the Justice Department, the counterintelligence program of J. Edgar Hoover, was a very wicked, wicked thing against black leaders, black organizations. The government has not been good generally to the masses of black people. I don't find it inconsistent at all if we point out what we feel are injustices in the government, while at the same time, if we qualify to work in public housing, doing that which no one else wants to do, which is to go into the most violent areas of the black community to try to restore peace. And if we do that and are offered a contract, not directly from the government, but through those that the government backs, through like the CHA, what is wrong with that? That's not inconsistent. And if we were to put on the bottom line what we think the government of the United States owes us and what we get from the government, why, I would think that the government is way, way, way ahead and we are far, far, far behind. And lastly, I would say that this is personal business. This is not Nation of Islam business. These are persons who have an entrepreneurial spirit, who see the need for security and provide that need, and are amply paid, I hope, for providing that need. It has nothing to do with the nation. What they receive is not coming to the Nation of Islam. That's their business, and whatever they choose, if they choose to give anything to the nation, that's entirely up to them, but that has nothing to do with me at all.
Tonight in your address, you mentioned again the travails of Kabila Shabazz, and again emphasized that there was no animosity between yourself and the Shabazz family. Is there an inconsistency, if you will, between that point, that there is no such animosity, and your quotes from the past when, for instance, you have said that we as a nation dealt with Malcolm X as a traitor deals with, as a nation deals with their traitors?
I don't think you really heard that.
No, he did.
Because if you saw that in context, I first said that we had nothing to do with it. And then I said, but if we did, and that is taken completely out of everything that was said. Our disagreement is with Malcolm X, and we did have a serious disagreement with Malcolm. Well, what disagreement do we have with his wife and with his children? So why should any disagreement that we had with Malcolm X that is 30 years old, why should that allow us to do anything or to be unjust to his wife or his children? So there's no inconsistency there at all.
Two last questions on the issue of the supposed treatment for AIDS interferon. The articles in the Tribune say that Dr. Aleem has occasionally referred to it as, in fact, a cure, not a treatment, by saying that at times people who have used it have been cured forever. That's reported in the paper.
Well, there again, the paper lied, and Dr. Aleem is here to answer that for himself. Minister Aleem, would you answer that?
Yes, sir. I have never referred to alpha interferon as a cure. Minister Farrakhan sent me to Kenya to learn about this from Dr. David Koech at the Kenyan Medical Research Institute in 1991. I asked Dr. Koech, who is really the inventor of this therapy, whether he considered it to be a cure. He said, Dr. Muhammad, we would have to bring together a panel of experts and sit down and decide what we would mean when we would use such a word. So until that takes place, we don't use that four-letter word, cure. Now, it is an effective treatment, and from the point of view of the person who has been sick, who now feels completely well, they might use the common word cure as it would be commonly understood by a layman. But as doctors and scientists, we don't use that word. about 82% of our patients who we have treated over the last 3.5 years who have been sick before treatment become asymptomatic, which is to say they have no symptoms of illness whatsoever, but they still are infected with HIV.
They still are?
Yes, but they're in a clinical remission. And that seems to be prolonged for a considerable period of time. The very first patients that we treated 2.5 years ago, some of whom were very sick, are still alive very well. I can't say how long this clinical recovery will persist, but 3.5 years is not an insignificant amount of time, and they are showing every indication that they will continue to do very well as long as they receive the medication.
Dr. Lee, is it true that the government has okayed clinical trials of alpha interferon?
Yes, sir. And again, this highlights an outright lie in this paper, where it says that the government considers this to be an illegal. Yes, from his Abundant Life Clinic in nearby mosque, Nation Minister Dr. Abdul Ali Muhammad, and that's the last time they refer to me as a doctor in the whole piece, dispenses a heady brew of racial diatribes, grandiose promises, and illegal medications. What I have and what I show today from the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases that handles this HIV issue, dated February the 24th, 1995. It says that they have reaffirmed the need for the Institute to conduct a multi-center study to examine the effects of low-dose oral alpha interferon. And one of the centers that is approved by NIH to be involved in this kind of clinical research is the Abundant Life Clinic. Now, I'm sure the writers of the Tribune had access to this information. It was sent out as a press release all over the world to let scientists all over the world know that low-dose alpha interferon is a very promising method of treatment. But obviously, the intention of the Chicago Tribune was to remove the hope that alpha interferon gives to those who may need it, and to at the same time undermine my professional credibility.
Sir, as a doctor, are you comfortable with giving a drug that isn't approved by the Food and Drug Administration and has not been proven by the government, giving hope to patients as a doctor with a drug that is as yet unproven? They pointed out that the
Excuse me, ma'am, but I would, with all due respect, say to you, I am one of the doctors working with the National Institutes of Health with clinical trials that are being funded by the National Institutes of Health. And pending the outcome of those clinical trials in about 18 months, you may very well find alpha interferon is the mainline treatment for people who are infected with this virus and all other kinds of viruses.
Do you personally believe it's a cure?
As I just finished saying, we would have to convene a panel of experts in the field, and we would have to decide what cure would mean. For example, in breast cancer, if a woman survives for 5 years after diagnosis, officially that goes down as a cure. Now, she may die in the 6th year or the 10th year, but officially that's listed as a cure. That was a definition arrived at by experts in the field. We have not yet sat down to arrive at what we would mean by using that word in the context of HIV disease.
Perhaps I should ask a more appropriate question then. As a doctor who has worked with this drug and treatment for over 3.5 years, with the percentage ratio you say of people who now are feeling healthy and don't feel AIDS symptoms, do you believe that it is a treatment that can put AIDS into remission from what you've seen?
Yes, I would say it this way, that we no longer are justified in considering HIV infection as uniformly fatal. We have enough evidence and experience to say that at least 8 out of 10 people, even if they are sick, can experience a clinical recovery. If we treat early in the course of infection, before there is severe complications, full-blown AIDS. It seems closer to 100% effective. And that is what our work shows.
Mr. Farrakhan, you have in here Juanita Poe of Chicago Tribune. You have Devlin Brown of Citywide News. Mr. Brown has a question.
Yes, I wanted to just to touch on, if the media continues to report everything you say as slanderous story, why do you continue to talk to the media? Why do you find it necessary to...
I probably am one of the most sought after person, and I think that you'll find that I talk to the media less than most persons in public life. I dismiss many, many, many requests, literally hundreds. And when I speak to the media like I do today, I'm only speaking because, not for you so much, but for the people to hear that we are not the least bit disturbed by what the Tribune alleges. And should you choose to write well, or should you choose to write whatever you wish to write, you can't hurt us. Everything you've done has helped us, and that's why I thank you for the article and thank the Tribune for the article, because in reality, no matter what their intention was, we have been helped. And so no matter what if you don't write, we're still going to be successful. If you do write, we're going to be successful. If you write the truth, we're going to be successful. If you knock us, we're going to be successful, because our success never has depended on what you write.
And that's true.
And that's true.
Minister Farrakhan, you said tonight that there were some things in the articles which were true. And did you see anything in those articles which you might not have known, which you found disturbing? Were you disturbed by anything you saw about things within your organization? And what would they be?
Well, I would certainly thank the Tribune if they made known to us some tax liabilities that we had. And if we know that they are, then we're grateful to know that, and we will clear that up. You know, there was some talk about a $50,000 tax lien or $93,000 tax. Well, you know, every organization has some debt. Every household has some debt. The public debt in America is over $1 trillion. There's no corporation in Chicago or any city in America that doesn't have some debt. But it's not debt, it's whether the debt is manageable. The Nation of Islam is not rife with debt, and we're troubled by debt. We know we can handle whatever debt we have, and certainly if we could raise $5 million to put this building up debt-free, what is $50,000 or $93,000 if such we owe? That's an oversight, and we'll be glad to pay it.
Sir, are you saying you didn't know about the $93,000 debt?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that if it were so, if it were so.
Are you aware of the $93,000 debt?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Ms. Parker, we have Charles and I grew from the British Broadcasting Corporation.
Yes.
Mr. Farrakhan, thanks very much for agreeing to these questions. They pertain to Britain. And I just wanted to know what your response is. So far, you've been your persona on the ground in England. What are your thoughts? Is there any message you want to convey to people there as to how you feel about that situation?
Well, of course, when in 1984 and 5, members of the Jewish community saw me as an anti-Semite. And as you know, members of the Jewish community are very strong in England, and they are a community that if they feel bad about you in one place, they'll feel bad about you in many, many places. And so the Home Secretary in in England denied me admission to England, and that ban still exists. There are those who are working to remove that ban, and perhaps they will be successful. That ban also was in Bermuda against Louis Farrakhan, but in the last few years that ban has been lifted, and I do expect that it will be lifted in England also.
Is there a message that you have for a large number of black people in Europe and in Africa who have heard of you but perhaps don't know quite as much as they ought to know about you?
There has been a brain drain in Africa. Some very powerful minds, due to economic and political instability in many African countries, have found a haven in Europe and in America. Africa is suffering from a lack of that kind of scholarship that is living in Europe and in America. And we hope that now that certain level of political stability is coming to many African countries, that many of our African brothers and sisters will return home to give the wealth of their knowledge and experience to the development of Africa, that Africa may take her rightful place as we enter the 21st century.
My third and final question, sir, is that I come from England, expressly from the sea, and I've been hugely impressed by what I've heard from you. It's quite different from what's normally portrayed. And what I'm curious to know is it possible, given that the BBC is considered one of the most objective news organizations in the world, is it possible to give us a chance to do an objective report on you and the Nation of Islam? This is what I came all the way from England to do, and I know this is not the most appropriate forum, but this would give a lot of people around the world a unique chance to see something that possibly they would not have had the opportunity to do. And I think we're putting out, at the moment, the BBC has that reputation. And if you give us a chance, we'd appreciate it very much.
Well, we will certainly consider very strongly this appeal. You know, we are not expecting a PR piece from any reporter or any television or any newspaper. But what we would like to see is balanced reporting. In the Chicago Tribune piece, for instance, even though Mr. Cisneros and Ms. Achtenberg telephoned over 1,000 persons, and the overwhelming response was that they were in favor of the Muslim brothers and the New Life Security and NOI Security. Yet the Tribune said that we had earned the mistrust of the people. Why would you say that in the face of 1,000 interviews? The ADL argued that they took these interviews by telephone. The telephone gives one a level of comfort that they can, in the privacy of their own home, tell you their real feelings. And if a telephone poll is so bad, why does the New York Times, CNN, CBS use telephones, talk to 1,200 persons, and determine the trend of a nation? So, you know, if you're going to be objective, if you're going to be fair, just put it fair, we don't mind you looking at us. We don't mind you looking into us, because sometimes your critic can be your best friend. If the critique is real, is true, then we can be benefited by the criticism. But just to try to tear us down to serve another purpose, it would not benefit us to partake of anything like that. And if you can assure us that you will be fair and just in your reporting, then we certainly will consider giving BBC that chance.
Sir, I give you my word of honor that we will be fair and objective. That is our reputation. All I need to know from you is, can we come back here I've seen a glimpse of what we're likely to film over here. Can we come back sometime in April and sit down perhaps with your people and work out a way of getting this?
Yes, you can.
It's an enormous amount.
Yes, you can. Come back and sit down with our people and work something out.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Getting back to the public housing complexes.
We have a call over the phone.
Yes.
I'd like to ask some questions, not to
Just briefly on the public housing complexes, do you believe that those public housing complexes are now safe?
Or safe is a relative term.
Do you believe
they are more safe? They're more safe than they were, but you could never call them safe. Like doctor could not use the term cure until there is no violence, no threat of violence anywhere in any of these housing projects, and I don't think that that is the case right now.
Could you give in response to the criticisms in the Tribune an opportunity to respond for him? Tell us where the inaccuracies are.
Well, first of all, there were many, but it starts with a personal attack on me by the Tribune reporters, who apparently were upset that I chose not to give them an interview. And I think that in terms of fair journalism and professionalism, that is absolutely shameful for any reporter to take on a personal attack because of a feeling of rejection. I've had feelings of rejections before, and I'm trying to learn to live with mine. And I would suggest that the Tribune reporters should do the same thing. There's nobody in Chicago, as you know, who thought that we would be able to do the job that we've done with an unarmed patrol in Rockwell Gardens. However, the crime stats that we have mentioned today are Chicago Police Department crime stats, not our own. The Tribune said that we were suppressing crime stats by underreporting. That's a lie. The fact is that all of the crime stats that we refer to are from the Chicago Police Department. Secondly, they made reference in the Viss Lane article that I was introduced to William Moorhead by Vincent Lane. That's another lie, a very unfortunate lie, because as a matter of fact, I was introduced to William Moorhead by a young Muslim sister who is his employee. And we started doing security in a contract with William Moorhead prior to going into Rockwell Gardens. Thirdly, the Tribune said that a gentleman whose name is A.T. Hopkins, who has a food store, was introduced to me by Vincent Lane, when in fact I went to high school with A.T. Hopkins. These are the kinds of absurdities that this article is shameful, as a matter of fact.
Some residents might be curious to know whether, in fact, convicted felons were, in fact, hired.
Some residents are going to be curious to know that since we've been there, that year to date, crime is down 55%, and in the last 3 months, down 60%. And in the best effort in all of the other CHA housing developments is 17%, and it goes down from there as little as 1% in Cabrini Green after spending $20 million after Dantrell Davis. That's really what this is about.
Were convicted felons hired? Yes or no?
Of course not. We don't decide who's eligible to work, and I notice the Tribune knows that. Everyone that we hire has to go through the same screening procedure as anyone else in the country or in the state of Illinois that would apply for a job. They have to be fingerprinted, and those prints are sent through the state of Illinois, and we cannot disallow anyone to work until such time as we get a report from the state that says these people are ineligible to work as a security officer because of some background check that they found.
What agency, state agency is that does
this agency? And again, it's unfortunate that as media people, in my judgment, you all should know this. The Department of Registration and Education, all security officers must be sent through their agency for clearance. It is not our determination to make in terms of who's eligible to work and who is not.
If I may say something with respect to that, you know, so many of our young people are going through the criminal justice system. And after they've paid their debt to society, should they keep on paying? And if our work as Muslims is the reform of our people, if they show signs of reformation, will you then call them a convicted felon and deny them the right to work, to feed their families? This is wickedness on the part of those who deny reform. Then at the same time question me about Malcolm X. What was Malcolm but a convicted felon? Would you have given him a job as a security guard? The Nation of Islam is different from a security operation. We don't ask a person what they were. They come to God as they are, and then we work to reform them according to a standard that God has laid down for us. And if we do that and they accept that standard of reform, would you then deny them the right to work? That's a question for government to answer, because a lot of young black people have been incarcerated and are in jails right now. And when they've done their time and paid their debt to society and are willing to reform, what are you going to offer them as a job opportunity?
We have 3 phone calls waiting, and we can go to the phones now.
Well, in the meantime, to follow up, forgetting who the new lifeguards might be, were you concerned by the allegations in the paper that several have not been paid for a few weeks, and that the training was in some cases questionable? I suppose that was the allegation made in the paper, as well as the allegation that they had not been paid, and many were not at their posts when they were supposed to be. Does that concern Mr.
Let me answer that again. That is another lie. That is an absolute lie. There's absolutely no question that we meet payrolls for all of our employees on a regular basis, and everybody is paid. That's a fact. That's nonsense. It's mischief making. It's really devilishment, frankly.
One of the other points that the articles make is the notion of the connection between the new lifeguards and the nation. And because of the government contract, that becomes an issue.
Well, I think that if whatever benefit that we've gotten from adopting the program and principles of the Nation of Islam taught by Minister Farrakhan, it has resulted in a 60% reduction in crime. And I would suggest then that perhaps most security companies around the country should consider adopting the same methodology.
Next, and going to your speech tonight, Minister Farrakhan, you spent much of it describing what you view as the role of the Jewish people in current history and how they have come to control segments of society and international economies. In your effort to do that, you are making the point that it is not anti-Semitism driving you, it's explaining the forces of history driving you. Do you think that your audience is capable of distinguishing what you're doing from anti-Semitism?
Well,
particularly when
I think I spoke for approximately 2 hours, and I think I gave maybe 40 minutes or more to that aspect of it. I tried to make it very, very clear that I was not speaking of the Jewish people. And when you say the Jewish people, then you are lumping all Jewish people with those wicked manipulators who hurt Jews as well as Gentiles. I think that is a disservice to the righteous Jews who are all over this world. And what I did, sir, was to challenge the righteous Jews to do with the unrighteous Jews what Jews challenge black people to do to me.
Yeah.
Call many Jewish persons, challenge black leaders to call me into question for my quote-unquote alleged anti-Semitism. I'm asking the righteous Jews to call the unrighteous Jews that cause hatred for the total Jewish people into question and separate themselves from the wicked among themselves, so that the mass Jews who are innocent will not suffer from the wicked ones who make it difficult not only for poor Jews but for the world as a whole. And if you listened to my lecture on Savior's Day, I mentioned that the Jewish people have been the recipients of the prophets of God, which is a great blessing to that people. But when you receive a prophet, you receive revelation. And what revelation does is it opens up to you knowledge that heretofore you did not know, which gives you advantage in every field of human endeavor. And so it is not unexpected that members of the Jewish community would lead in practically every field of human endeavor. That is to the credit of the Jewish people. But at the same time, when revelation opens up the upward movement toward God, it also opens up the downward movement toward hell and the opening of the baser instincts of any of us who receive revelation. And if we receive revelation and are not submitting to moral correctness, then we can become a devil. And what I'm suggesting is that whenever revelation comes, we can either go up toward God or we can use our knowledge in a satanic way to be deceivers and wicked people. And I use Muslims for an example and Christians as an example of those who move up toward God, and some of the same community in the name of Jesus, in the name of Muhammad, and in the name of the prophets use their knowledge of revelation to work deceitful and wicked things on the masses of the people. And so I don't think that is anti-Semitic. And I would say that our hearers are very intelligent. And you know how I can tell that? Because, sir, no matter how much I've been charged with anti-Semitism, not one Muslim or black person has been arrested for a hate crime against a Jew. Think about that, sir. Not one black person that we know has been arrested for a hate crime against Jews. Now, if I speak to tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of black people, surely if they weren't able to discern what I'm saying, would not there be some evidence of it in some kind of hate crime? That's the difference. The Aryan nation, the skinheads, and others, you have evidence of hate crimes. And certainly we do too. So somebody's teaching somebody, and they're not able to make any distinction at all.
Mr. Farrakhan, I believe we have the phones worked out now. Caller, you can ask your question.
I'll tell you, if we can't hear the caller, why don't we take their question down and you bring them to me?
I have a question for Dr. Amin. Today we saw a prime example of Alpha and Sharon with Sister Francis and Brother Julian X. Where in Chicago locally could someone, if they wanted to go to try Alpha Interferon, where could they do?
Well, what I would do is I'll give you my office number in Washington. which is area code 202-397-4000. We have 3 or 4 doctors in the Chicago area who are a part of our treatment network, and we would be able to refer you to someone here locally who has experience in low-dose alpha interferon therapy.
The caller has a question. Sister Indira X from Houston. How can the sisters help register the brothers for the Million Man March?
We can't have a Million Man March without the involvement of our sisters. And those who are willing to become a part of the Million Man March, there's a 900 number that we want them to call to get their marching orders. And that number is 1-900-97-MARCH. And if the sisters in Houston would inform all of the brothers that they want the brothers to be a part of that march and get the brothers to register with us, that would be a tremendous help. Next week, God willing, we will be calling a group of persons from around this nation into Chicago to talk about the organization of the Million Man March. These will be Christians, nationalists, intellectuals, male and female. So we are not going to have a Million Man March, and women will not be involved, not only in what the sister has asked, but women will be involved in the planning of the march as well.
A caller from Philadelphia, Brother Amin Muhammad, asks, in regards to the Million Man March, will the minister be using satellite hookups to educate the brothers on why they should march?
Yes, God willing, we will be using satellite. We will be talking to college students and persons throughout this country in personal appearances as well as satellite conferences. Within the next few weeks, we will build a satellite uplink on Mosque Maryam, and 85 of our mosques have agreed to purchase a satellite downlink. And before the end of the year, the Nation of Islam will probably be the largest satellite downlink company probably in the United States. And we do intend to use this satellite downlinking and uplinking to educate the masses of our people because our worst enemy is ignorance. And so we're going to work hard to remove that as much as we can from our people.
Sir, you declined interview requests for the Tribune. If you believe what you just said, why not go ahead and interview with them when they're doing their series?
You know, Miss, with all fairness to you, the Tribune has not been any friend of the nation. And the way these persons were persisting, we had a feeling, more than a feeling. Right. We knew that they were not looking to do us any good, so why feed them? So let them go ahead and do what they wanted to do and what they were going to do, whether we gave them an interview or not. So we refused to be a part of what they did.
And it proved to be true.
And our feelings, it did prove to be exactly right.
But you called them a fine paper. You called them a fine paper, and if you believe that good journalists can be fair and they perhaps are a fine paper, why not see if you could take the opportunity to lay things out in front of them and prove to them, as you say these allegations are not true. Prove to them, look, you may, okay, that's fine, but
let me just be very clear. They don't mean that much to me, that I waste my time trying to prove anything to them. If my works do not stand for me, then there's nothing that I can say to them that will change their minds, and frankly, they're not worth it to me.
Nancy of Chicago asks, how do you feel the negative article in the Tribune affected the Nation of Islam and its goals?
Well, I think all the mosques were filled
And thank you for saying that we needed money, because a lot of people sent money thinking that we probably were in trouble. So they helped us tremendously.
Sister Shakita from the Virgin Islands asks, why was there such a strong concentration on the MGT in the Tribune's articles?
Well, you'd have to ask the Tribune. I can't answer for that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, and to those of you who are watching by satellite, you've been so sweet to give us all of this time. May God bless each of you, and I hope that what we have said has been enlightening. Soon we will make a book from the message of Savior's Day as well as today, because we want the world to know what is happening to nations. And I will close by saying this: Africa is in deep trouble. She's over $450 billion in debt to these international bankers. And before they loan money, they take away some of the nation's sovereignty and even some of the nation's natural resources. Africa can only be free of the international bankers by the unity of African leaders and people. And we should say to the IMF and the World Bank that what you have siphoned and sucked from the bloodstream of Africa and from the vein of our rich natural resources that helped you to build every capital in Europe, that's enough. We owe you nothing. You owe us your existence. And when we're united and strong, then you don't have to pay debts. You call your debt. Thank you for listening, and may God bless you all as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Who are the international bankers?
I named a lot of them today. What you should do is go and look at them. You know, I named the Warburgs, the Rothschilds, the Schiffs, the Lubes, the Cohns, the J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller. You know who they are. You don't have to act dumb. You know who they are.
Reports for them.
Thank you. My sister from the Tribune.
Harold.